Chapter 17 of The Protector by Harold Bindloss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Protector by Harold Bindloss. Chapter 17. Vane Postpones the Search. When Vane rose early next morning, there was frost in the air, and when breakfast was ready the men ate hastily, eager for the exertion that would put a little warmth into them. "We had it a good deal colder on other trips. I suppose I've been getting luxurious, since I seem to resent it now," said Vane. "There's no doubt that winter's beginning earlier than I expected up here. As soon as you can strike the tent, we'll move on." The valley grew wilder and more rugged as they proceeded. In places its bottom was filled with muskegs, cumbered with half-submerged, decaying trunks of fallen trees, and when they could not spring from one falling log to another, they sank in slime and water to the knee. They entered transverse valleys, and after hours of exhausting labor, abandoned the search of each in turn and plodded back to the one they had been following. Their boots and clothing suffered. Their packs were rent upon their backs, and, since men engaged in such work must be generously fed, their provisions diminished rapidly. At length, one lowering afternoon, they were brought to a standstill by the river, which forked into two branches, one of which came foaming out on a cleft in the rocks. This would have mattered less had it flowed across the level, but just there it had scored itself out of a deep hollow, from which the roar of its turmoil rose in long reverberations. Carroll, who was aching all over, stood upon the brink, and first of all gazed ahead. He surmised from the steady ascent and the contours of the hills that the valley was dying out, and that they should reach the head of it in another day's journey. The higher summits, however, were veiled in leaden mist, and there was a sting in the cold breeze that blew down the hollow and set the ragged firs wailing. Then he glanced dubiously at the dim green water, which swirled in deep eddies and boiled in white confusion among the fangs of rock 60 or 70 feet below. Not far away the stream was wider, and he supposed in consequence shallower, though it ran furiously. "It doesn't look encouraging, and we have no more food left than will take us back to the sloop if we're economical," he said. "Do you think it's worth while going on?" "I haven't a doubt about it," Vane declared. "We ought to reach the head of the valley and get back here in 2 or 3 days." "3 days will make a big hole in the provisions." "Then we'll have to put up with short rations," Vane rejoined. "If you're determined, we may as well get on." He stepped cautiously over the edge of the descent, and went down a few yards with a run, while loosened soil and stones slipped away under him. Then he clutched a slender tree, and proceeded as far as the next on his hands and knees. After that, it was necessary to swing himself over a ledge, and he was on the whole astonished when he alighted safely on one below, from which he could scramble down to the narrow strip of gravel between rock and water. He was standing, breathless, looking at the ladder, when Vane joined him. The stones dipped sharply, and 2 or 3 large boulders, ringed about with froth, rose near the middle of the stream, which seemed to be running slacker on the other side of them. There was nothing to show how deep it was, but Carroll braced himself for an effort and sturdily plunged in. 2 steps took him up to the waist, and he had trouble in finding solid bottom at the next, because the gravel rolled and slipped away beneath his feet in the strong stream. The current also dragged hard at his limbs, and he set his lips tight when it crept up to his ribs. Then he lost his footing and was washed away, plunging and floundering, with now and then one toe resting momentarily upon the bottom, until he was hurled against the first of the boulders with a crash that almost drove the little remaining breath out of his body. He clung to it desperately, gasping hard, and then with a determined struggle contrived to reach the second stone, against which the stream pressed him, without finding any support for his feet. A moment or two later, Vane was washed down towards him, and grabbing at the boulder, held on by it. They said nothing to each other, but they looked at the sliding water between them and the opposite bank. Carroll was getting horribly cold, and felt the power ebbing out of him. He thought if he must swim across, he had better do so at once. Launching himself forward, he felt the flood lap his breast, but as his arms went in, he struck something violently with one leg, and found that he could stand up on a submerged ledge. This carried him a yard or two, and though he stepped over the end of the ledge into deeper water, he reached a strip of shelving shingle, up which he staggered. Vane overtook him, and they scrambled up the slope ahead, which was a little less steep than the one they had descended. The work warmed them slightly, and they needed it, but as they strode on again, keeping to the foot of the hillside where the timber was less dense, a cold rain drove into their faces. It grew steadily thicker, the straps began to gall their wet shoulders, and their saturated clothing clung heavily about their limbs. In spite of this, they went on until nightfall, when it was difficult to make a fire, and after a reduced supper found a little humid warmth in their wet blankets. The next day's work was much the same, only that they crossed no rivers, and it rained harder. And when evening came, Carroll, who had burst one boot, was limping badly. They made camp among the dripping firs which partly sheltered them from the bitter wind, and shortly after supper both fell asleep. At evening next day they reached the head of the valley. It was still raining, and heavy mists obscured the summits of the hills, but above the lower slopes of rocks glimmering snow ran up into the vapor. There were a few balsams and hemlocks about them, but no sign of a spruce. "Now," said Carroll, "I expect you'll be satisfied." Vane was no nearer to owning himself defeated than he had been when they first set out. "We know there's no spruce in this valley, and that's something," he replied. "When we come back again, we'll try the next one." "It has cost us a good deal to make sure of the fact." Vane's expression changed. "We haven't ascertained the cost just yet. As a rule, you don't make up the bill until you're through with the undertaking, and it may be a longer one than either of us think. Now we'll turn upon our tracks." Carroll recalled his speech afterwards, but just then he only hitched his burden a little higher on his aching shoulders as he plodded after his comrade down the rain-swept hollow, and he had good cause to remember the march to the inlet. It rained most of the way, and their clothes were never dry. Parts of them, indeed, flowed in tatters about their aching limbs, and before they had covered half the distance their boots were dropping to pieces. What was more important, their provisions were rapidly running out, and they marched on a few handfuls of food, carefully apportioned twice daily. At last one night they lay down hungry, with empty bags, to sleep shelterless in the rain, for they had thrown their tent away, and Carroll had some difficulty in getting on his feet next morning. "I believe I can hold out until sundown, though I'm far from sure of it," he said. "You'll have to leave me behind if we don't strike the inlet then." "We'll strike it in the afternoon," Vane assured him. They set out as soon as they had reslung their packs, and Carroll limped and stumbled. He managed, however, to keep pace with Vane, and some time after noon the latter cried out as a twinkling gleam among the trees caught his eye. Then the shuffling pace grew faster, and they were breathless when at last they stopped and dropped their burdens beside the boat. It was only at the third or fourth attempt they got her down to the water, and the veins were swollen high on Vane's flushed forehead when at last he sat down, panting heavily, on her gunwale. "We ran her up quite easily, though we had the slope to face then," he remarked. "You could scarcely expect to carry boats without trouble, after a march like the one we've made," Carroll pointed out. They ran her in and pulled off to the sloop. When they sat down in the little saloon, in which there was a mirror, Vane grinned. "I knew you looked a dead beat, but I'd no idea I was quite so bad," he said. "Anyhow, we'll get the stove lighted and some dry things on. The next question is, what shall we have for supper?" "That's simple," Carroll answered. "Everything that's most tempting, and the whole of it." Some little time later, they flung their boots and rent garments overboard and sat down to a feast. The plates were empty when they rose, and in another hour both of them were wrapped in heavy slumber. End of chapter 17. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 18 of The Protector by Harold Bindloss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Protector by Harold Bindloss. Chapter 18. Jessie Confers a Favor. It was blowing fresh next morning from the southeast, which was right ahead, and Vane's face was hard when he and Carroll got the boat on deck and set about tying down 2 reefs in the mainsail. They got sail upon the sloop and drove her out into a confused head sea, through which she labored with flooded decks, making very little to windward. When night came, a deluge killed the breeze, and next day she lay rolling wildly in a heavy calm, while light mist narrowed in the horizon, and a persistent drizzle poured down upon the smoothly heaving sea. Then they had light variable winds, and their provisions were once more running out when they drew abreast of a little coaling port. Carroll suggested running in and going on to Victoria by train, but they had hardly decided to do so when the fickle breeze died away, and the tide stream bore them past to the south. They had no longer a stitch of dry clothing left, and they were again upon reduced rations. Still bad fortune dogged them, for that night a fresh headwind sprang up and held steadily while they thrashed her south, swept by stinging spray. Their tempers grew shorter under the strain, and their bodies ached from the chill of their soddened garments, and sitting hour by hour at the helm. At last the breeze fell, and shortly afterwards a trail of smoke and a half-seen strip of hull emerged from the creeping haze astern of them. "A lumber tug," said Vane. "She seems to have a raft in tow, and it will probably be for Drayton's people. If you'll edge in towards her, I'll send him word that we're on the way." There was very little wind just then, and presently the tug was close alongside, pitching her bows out of the slow swell, while a mass of timber, wonderfully chained together, surged along astern. A shapeless oil-skinned figure stood outside her pilot-house, balancing itself against the heave of the bridge, which slanted and straightened. "Winstanley?" Vane shouted. The figure waved an arm as if in assent, and Vane raised his voice again. "Report us to Mr. Drayton. We'll come along as fast as we can." The man turned and pointed to the misty horizon astern. "You'll get it from the north before tomorrow." Then the straining tug and long wet line of working raft drew ahead, while the sloop crawled on, close-hauled, towards the south. Late that night, however, the mists melted away, and a keen rushing breeze that came out of the north crisped the water. She sprang forward when the ripples reached her. The flapping canvas went to sleep, and while each slack rope tightened a musical tinkle broke out at the bows. It grew steadily louder, and when the sun swung up red above the eastern hills she had piled the white froth to her channels and was driving forward merrily, with little sparkling seas tumbling foam-tipped after her. The wind fell light as the sun rose higher, but she ran on all day, and the western sky was still blazing with a wondrous green when she stole into Vancouver Harbor. The light faded as they crept across the inlet before a faint breeze, but when they had got the anchor over and the boat into the water, Carroll made out two dim figures standing on the wharf and waved a hand to them. "It's Drayton, I think," he said. "Kitty's with him." They pulled ashore, and Drayton shook hands with them. "I've been looking out for you since noon," he said. "What about that spruce?" There was eagerness in his voice, and Vane's face clouded. "We couldn't find a trace of it." Drayton's disappointment was obvious, though he tried to hide it. "Well," he said resignedly, "I've no doubt you did all you could." "Of course," Kitty broke in. "We're quite sure of that." Vane thanked her with a glance. He felt sorry for her and Drayton. They were strongly attached to each other, and he had reason for believing that even with the advanced salary the man expected to get, they would find it needful to study strict economy. "I'm going to make another attempt. I expect some of our difficulties will vanish after I've had a talk with Hartley," he said. Kitty looked grave. "That's impossible," she answered softly. "Hartley died a week ago." Vane started. "I'm sorry," he said. "How's Celia?" "She's very sick." There was concern in Kitty's voice. "Hartley got worse soon after you left, and she sat up all night with him after her work for the last 2 weeks. Now she's broken down, and she doesn't seem to know if they'll take her back again at the hotel." "I must go and see her," said Vane. "But won't you and Drayton come with us and have dinner?" Drayton explained that this was out of the question. Kitty's employer, who had driven in that afternoon, was waiting with his team, and the party left the wharf together. A few minutes later Vane shook hands with the girl and her companion. "Don't lose heart," he said. "We're far from beaten yet." They separated, and after dinner Vane, who rejoiced in the unusual luxury of clean, dry clothes, walked across to call on Nairn. He was shown into a room where Jessie Horsfield was sitting, but she rose with a slight start when he came in. Vane, who had been preoccupied since he had heard Kitty's news, did not notice it, and Jessie's manner was reposeful and quietly friendly when she held out her hand. "So you have come back?" she said. "Have you succeeded in your search?" Vane was gratified. It was pleasant to feel that she was interested in his undertaking. "No," he confessed. "I'm afraid I have failed." "Then," said Jessie, with reproach in her voice, "you have disappointed me." It was skilful flattery, since she had conveyed the impression that she had expected him to succeed, which implied that she held a high opinion of his abilities. "After all, you must have had a good deal against you," she resumed consolingly. "Won't you sit down and tell me about it? Nairn, I understand, is writing some letters, and he sent for Mrs. Nairn just before you came in." She indicated a chair beside the open hearth, and Vane sat down opposite her, where a low screen cut them off from the rest of the room. Vane, who was still stiff and aching from exposure to the cold and rain, reveled in the unusual sense of comfort. In addition to this, his companion's pose was singularly graceful, and the ease of it and the friendly smile with which she regarded him somehow implied that they were on excellent terms. "It's very nice to be here again," he said. Jessie looked up at him languidly. He had spoken as he felt, on impulse, which was more gratifying than an obvious desire to pay her a compliment would have been. "I suppose you wouldn't get many comforts in the bush," she suggested. "No," said Vane. "Comforts of any kind are remarkably scarce up yonder. As a matter of fact, I can't imagine a country where the contrasts between the luxuries of civilization and the other things are sharper. But that wasn't exactly what I meant." "Then what did you mean?" "I don't know that it's worth explaining," Vane answered with an air of consideration. "We have rather luxurious quarters at the hotel, but this room is somehow different. It's restful. I think it's homely. In fact, as I said, it's nice to be here." Jessie understood that he had been attempting to analyze his feelings, and had failed clearly to recognize that her presence contributed to the satisfaction he was conscious of. She had no doubt that if he were a man of average susceptibility, the company of an attractive woman would have some effect on him after his sojourn in the wilds. But whether she had produced any deeper effect she could not determine. Nor did it appear judicious to prompt him unduly. "But won't you tell me your adventures?" she said. It required a few leading questions to start him, but at length he told the story. "You see," he said in conclusion, "it was lack of definite knowledge as much as the natural obstacles that brought us back, and I've been troubled about the thing since we landed." Jessie's manner invited his confidence. "I wonder," she said softly, "if you would care to tell me why?" "Hartley's dead, and I understand his daughter has broken down after nursing him. It's doubtful if her situation can be kept open, and it may be some time before she's strong enough to look for another." He hesitated. "In a way, I feel responsible for her." "You really aren't responsible in the least," Jessie declared. "Still, I can understand the idea troubling you. Would you like me to help you?" "I can hardly ask it, but it would be a relief to me," Vane answered with obvious eagerness. "Then if you'll tell me her address, I'll go to see her, and we'll consider what can be done." Vane leaned forward impulsively. "You have taken a weight off my mind. It's difficult to thank you properly." "I don't suppose it will give me any trouble. Of course, it must be embarrassing to feel you had a helpless young woman on your hands." Then a thought flashed into her mind, as she remembered what she had seen at the station some months ago. "I wonder if the situation is an altogether unusual one to you," she continued. "Have you never let your pity run away with your judgment before?" "You wouldn't expect me to proclaim my charities," Vane objected humorously, which was the only means of parrying the question that occurred to him. "I think you are trying to put me off. You haven't given me an answer." "I believe I was able to make things easier for somebody else not very long ago," Vane confessed, reluctantly, but without embarrassment. "I now see that I might have done harm without meaning to do so. It's sometimes extraordinarily difficult to help folks, which is why I'm so grateful for your offer." For the next few moments Jessie sat silent. It was clear that she had misjudged him, for although she was not one who demanded too much from human nature, the fact that Kitty Blake had arrived in Vancouver in his company had undoubtedly rankled in her mind. Now she acquitted him of any blame, and it was a relief to do so. she changed the subject abruptly. "I suppose you will make another attempt to find timber?" she suggested. "Yes," said Vane, "in a week or two." He had hardly spoken when Mrs. Nairn came in and welcomed him with her usual friendliness. "I'm glad to see ye, though ye're lookin' thin," she said. "Why did you not come straight to us, instead of going to the hotel? You would have got as good a supper as they would give you there." "I haven't a doubt of it," Vane declared. "On the other hand, I hardly think even one of your suppers would quite have put right the defect in my appearance you mentioned. You see, the cause of it has been at work for some time." Mrs. Nairn regarded him with half-amused compassion. "If you'll come over every evening, we'll soon cure that. I would have been down sooner, if Alec, who's writing letters, had not kept me. There was a matter or two he wanted to ask my opinion on." "I think that was very wise of him." His hostess smiled. "For one thing, we had a letter from Evelyn Chisholm this afternoon. She'll be out to spend some time with us in about a month." "Evelyn's coming here?" Vane exclaimed, with a sudden stirring of his heart. "And why should she not come?" Mrs. Nairn inquired. "I told you some time ago we partly expected her. You were not astonished then." She appeared to expect an explanation of the change in his attitude, and as he volunteered none, she drew him a few paces aside. "If I'm no betrayin' a confidence, Evelyn writes that she'll be glad to get away a while. Now, I've been wondering why she should be anxious to leave home." She looked at him fixedly, and to his annoyance he felt his face grow hot. Mrs. Nairn had quick perceptions, and was now and then painfully direct. "It struck me that Evelyn was not very comfortable there," he replied. "She seemed out of harmony with her people." Mrs. Nairn glanced at him again with amusement in her eyes. "It's not unlikely. The reason may serve, for the want of a better." Then she changed her tone. "Ye'll away up to Alec. He told me to send ye." Vane went out of the room, but he left Jessie in a thoughtful mood. She had seen him start at the mention of Evelyn, and it struck her as significant, since she had heard that he had spent some time with the Chisholms. On the other hand, there was the obvious fact that he had been astonished to hear that Evelyn was coming out, which implied that their acquaintance had not progressed far enough to warrant the girl's informing him. Besides, Evelyn would arrive for a month, and Jessie reflected that she would probably see a good deal of Vane in the meanwhile. She now felt glad that she had promised to look after Celia Hartley, which would, no doubt, necessitate her consulting with him every now and then. End of chapter 18. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 19 of The Protector by Harold Bindloss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Protector by Harold Bindloss. Chapter 19. Vane Foresees Trouble. Nairn was sitting at a writing table when Vane entered his room, and after a few questions about his journey, he handed the younger man one of the papers that lay in front of him. "It's a report from the mine," he said. Vane carefully studied the document. "It only brings us back to our last conversation on the subject," he remarked when his host glanced at him inquiringly. "We have the choice of going on as we are doing, or extending our operations by an increase of capital. In the latter case, our total earnings might be larger, but I hardly think there would be as good a return on the money actually sunk. Taking it all round, I don't know what to think. but if it appeared that there was a moral certainty of making a satisfactory profit on the new stock, I should consent." Nairn chuckled. "A moral certainty is not a very common thing in mining." "I believe Horsfield's in favor of the scheme. How far would you trust that man?" Vane inquired. "About as far as I could fling a bull by the tail. The same thing applies to both of them." "He has some influence. He'd find supporters." Nairn saw that the meaning of his last remark, which implied that he had no more confidence in Jessie than he had in her brother, had not been grasped by his companion, but he did not consider it judicious to make it plainer. Instead, he gave Vane another piece of information. "Horsfield and Winter work into each other's hands." "But Winter has no interest in the Clermont." Nairn smiled sourly. "He holds no shares in the mine, but there's not much in the shape of mineral developments yon man has not an interest in. Since you do not seem inclined to yield Horsfield a point or two, it might pay you to watch the pair of them." Vane, who was aware that Winter was a person of some importance in financial circles, remained silent for a couple of minutes. "Now," he said at length, "every dollar we have in the Clermont is usefully employed and earning a satisfactory profit. Of course, if we put the concern on the market, we might get more than it is worth from investors, but that doesn't greatly appeal to me." "It's unnecessary to point out that a director's interest is not invariably the same as that of his shareholders," Nairn rejoined. "It's an unfortunate fact. But I'd be no better off if I only got the same actual return on a larger amount of what would be watered stock." "There's sense in that. I'm not urging the scheme. There are other points against it," answered Nairn. "Well," said Vane, "I'll go up and look round the mine, and then we'll have another talk about the matter." They changed the subject, but Vane walked back to his hotel in a thoughtful frame of mind, and finding Carroll in the smoking room, related his conversation with Nairn. "I am a little troubled about the situation," he concluded. "The Clermont finances are now on a sound basis, but it might after all prove advantageous to raise further capital, and in such a case we would, perhaps, lie open to attack. Nairn's inclined to be cryptic in his remarks, but he seems to hint that it would be advisable to make Horsfield some concession, in other words, to buy him off." "Which is a course you have objections to?" "Yes," said Vane. "Very decided ones." "I think that in a general way Nairn's advice is sensible. Where mining and other schemes are floated, there are men who make a good living out of the operations. They're trained to the business, they've control of the dollars, and when a new thing's put on the market, they consider they've the first claims on the pickings." "You needn't elaborate the point," Vane broke in impatiently. "You made your appearance in this city as a poor and unknown man with a mine to sell," Carroll went on. "Disregarding tactful hints, you laid down your terms and stuck to them. Launching your venture without considering their views, you did the gentlemen I've mentioned out of their accustomed toll, and I've no doubt that some of them were indignant. It's a thing you wouldn't expect them to sanction. Now, however, one who has probably others behind him is making overtures to you. You ought to consider it a compliment, a recognition of ability. The question is, do you mean to slight these advances and go on as you have begun?" "That's my present intention," Vane answered. "Then you needn't be astonished if you will find yourself up against a determined opposition by and by," said Carroll. "I think my friends will stand by me." Vane looked at him steadily. "Thanks. I've merely been pointing out what you may expect, and hinting at the most judicious course, though the latter's rather against my natural inclinations. I'd better add that I've never been particularly prudent, and the opposite policy appeals to me. If we're forced to clear for action, we'll nail the flag to the mast." It was spoken lightly, because the man was serious, but Vane knew he had an ally who would support him with unflinching staunchness. "I'm far from sure it will be needful," he replied, and they talked about other matters until they strolled off to their rooms. They spent the next day in the city, where Vane was kept occupied, after which they sailed once more for the north, and pushed inland until they were stopped by snow among the ranges, without finding the spruce. The journey proved as toilsome as the previous one, and both the men were worn out when they reached the coast. Vane was determined on making a third attempt, but he informed Carroll that they would visit the mine before proceeding to Vancouver. They had heavy rain during the voyage down the strait, and when on the day after reaching port the jaded horses they had hired plodded up the sloppy trail to the mine, a pitiless deluge once more poured down on them. The light was growing dim among the dripping firs, and a deep-toned roar came throbbing across their shadowy ranks. By and by Vane, who was leading, turned and glanced back at Carroll. "I've never heard the river so plainly before," he said. "It must be unusually swollen." Since the mine was situated on a narrow level flat between the hillside and the river, Carroll understood the anxiety in his comrade's voice, and urging the wearied horses they pressed on a little faster. It was almost dark when they reached the edge of an opening in the firs, and saw a cluster of iron-roofed wooden buildings and a tall chimney stack, in front of which the unsightly ore dump extended. Wet and chilled and worn out as the men were, there was comfort in the sight, but Vane noticed that a shallow lake stretched between him and the buildings. On one side of it there was a broad strip of tumbling foam, which rose and fell in confused upheavals, and filled the forest with the roar it made. Vane drove his horse into the water, and dismounting among the stumps before the ore dump, found a wet and soil-stained man awaiting him. A long trail of smoke floated away from the iron stack behind him, and through the sound of the river there broke the clank and thud of hard-driven pumps. "You have got a big head of steam up, Salter," he said. The man nodded. "We want it. It's taking me all my time to keep the water out of the workings. Leave your horses. I'll send along for them, and I'll show you what we've been doing after supper." "I'd sooner go now, while I'm wet," Vane answered. They went down into the mine. The approach looked like a canal, and they descended the shallow shaft amidst a thin cascade. The tunnel they reached slanted, for the lode dipped, and the lights that twinkled here and there among the timbering showed shadowy, half-naked figures toiling in water which rose well up their boots. Further streams of it ran in from fissures, and Vane's face grew grave as he plodded through the flood with a lamp in his hand. He spent an hour in the workings, asking Salter a question now and then, and afterwards went back with him to one of the sheds, where he dressed in dry clothes and sat down to a meal. When it was over and the table had been cleared, he lay in a canvas chair beside the stove, in which resinous billets snapped and crackled cheerfully. The deluge roared upon the iron roof, the song of the river rose and fell, filling the place with sound, and now and then the pounding and clanking of the pumps broke in. Vane examined the sheets of figures Salter handed him. Then he carefully turned over some of the pieces of stone the table was partly covered with. "There's no doubt those specimens aren't so promising, and the cost of extraction is going up," he said at length. I'll have a talk with Nairn when I get back, but in the meanwhile it looks as if we were going to have trouble with the water." "It's a thing I've been afraid of for some time," Salter answered. "We can keep down any leakage that comes in through the rocks, though it means driving the pumps hard, but an inrush from the river would beat us." Vane let the matter drop, and an hour later he retired to his wooden berth. In a few minutes he was fast asleep, but was awakened by a shrill note, which he recognized as the whistle of the engine. It was sounding the alarm, and next moment he was struggling into his clothing. Then the door swung open, and Salter stood in the entrance, lantern in hand, with water trickling from him. There was keen anxiety in his expression. "Flood's lapping the bank top now," he said. "There's a jam in the narrow place at the head of the rapid, and the water's backing up. I'm going along with the boys." He vanished as suddenly as he had appeared, and Vane dragged on his jacket. If the mine were drowned, operations might be stopped for a considerable time. What was more, it would precipitate a crisis in the affairs of the company, and necessitate an increase of its capital, which he would sooner avoid. He was outside in less than a minute and stood still, looking about him, while the deluge lashed his face and beat his clothing against his limbs. He could only make out a blurred mass of climbing trees on one side, and a strip of foam cutting through the black level which he supposed was water, in front of him. His trained ears, however, gave him a little information, for the clamor of the flood was broken by a sharp snapping and crashing, which he knew was made by driftwood driving furiously against the boulders. In that region the river banks are encumbered here and there with great logs, partly burned by forest fires, reaped by gales, or brought down from the hillsides by falls of frost-loosened soil. A flood higher than usual sets them floating, and on subsiding sometimes leaves them packed in a gorge or stranded in a shallow to wait for the next big rise. Now they were driving down, and, as Salter had said, jamming at the head of the rapid. Suddenly a column of fierce white radiance leaped up lower downstream, and Vane knew that a big compressed air lamp had been carried to the spot where the driftwood was gathering. Even at a distance, the brightness of the glare dazzled him, so that he could see nothing else when he headed towards it. He collided with a fir stump and struck it with his knee, and in another minute the splashing about his feet warned him that he was entering the water. Having no wish to walk into the main stream, he floundered to one side. He was, however, getting nearer to the blaze, and by he made out a swarm of figures scurrying about beneath it. Some of them had saws or axes, for he caught the gleam of steel, and broke into a run. And presently Carroll, whom he had forgotten, came up, calling to him. End of chapter 19. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 20 of The Protector by Harold Bindloss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Protector by Harold Bindloss. Chapter 20. The Flood. When he reached the blast lamp, which was raised on a tall tripod, Vane stood with his back to the pulsating blaze while he grasped the details of a somewhat impressive scene. A little upstream of him the river leaped out of the darkness, breaking into foaming waves, and a wall of dripping firs flung back the roar it made, the first rows of serried trunks standing out hard and sharp in the fierce white light. Nearer where he stood, a projecting spur of rock narrowed in the river, which boiled tumultuously against its foot, while about halfway across, The top of a giant boulder rose above the flood. Vane could only just see it because a mass of driftwood, which was momentarily growing, stretched from bank to bank. A big log, drifting down sideways, had brought up upon the boulder and, once fixed, had seized and held fast each succeeding trunk. Some had been driven partly out upon those that had preceded them, some had been drawn beneath the latter and, catching the bottom, had jammed. Then the rest had been wedged by the current into the gathering mass, trunks, branches, and brushwood all finding a place. When the stream is strong, a jam, as it is called, usually extends downwards as well as rises, as the water it pens back increases in depth until it forms a solid barrier from surface to bed. If it occurs during a log drive, the river is choked with lumber. Bent figures were at work with axes at the shoreward end of the mass. Others had crawled out along the logs in search of another point where they could advantageously be attacked. But Vane, watching them with practiced eyes, decided that they were largely throwing their toil away. Next he glanced downstream, but powerful as the light was, it did not pierce far into the darkness and the rain, and the mad white rush of the rapid vanished abruptly into the surrounding gloom. Then he caught the clink of a hammer on a drill, and seeing Salter not far away, strode towards him. "How are you getting to work?" he asked. Salter pointed to the foot of the rock they stood upon. "I reckoned if we could put a shot in yonder, we might cut out stone enough to clear the butts of the larger logs that are keying up the jam." "You're wasting time, starting at the wrong place." "It's possible, but what am I to do? I'd sooner split that boulder, or chop down to the king log there, but the boys can't get across." "I think I could," Vane answered. "I'll try if it's necessary." Salter expostulated. "I want to point out that you're the boss director of this company. I don't know what you're making out of it, but you can hire men to do the kind of work you think of undertaking for $3 a day." "Well, let the boys try it, if they're willing." Vane raised his voice. "Are any of you open to earn $20? I'll pay that to the man who'll put a stick of giant powder in yonder boulder, and another 20 to whoever can find the king log and chop it through." 3 or 4 of them crept cautiously along the driftwood bridge. It heaved and worked beneath them, the foam sluiced across it, and the stream forced the thinner tops of shattered trees above the barrier. It was obvious that the men were risking life and limb, and there was a cry from the rest when one of them went down and momentarily disappeared. He scrambled to his feet again, but those behind him stopped, bracing themselves against the stream, knee-deep in rushing froth. Most of them had followed rough and dangerous occupation in the bush, but they were not professional river jacks trained to high proficiency in log driving, and one turning shouted to the watchers on the bank. "This jam's not solid," he explained. "She's working open and shutting, and you can't tell where the breaks are." He stooped and rubbed his leg, and Vane understood him to add, "Figured I had it smashed." Vane swung round towards Carroll, who was standing close by. "We give them a lead." Salter ventured another remonstrance. "Stay where you are. How are you going to manage if the boys can't tackle the thing?" "They haven't as much at stake as I have," was Vane's reply. "I'm a director of the company, as you pointed out. Give me 2 sticks of giant powder, some fuse, and detonators." After cramming the blasting material into his pocket, Vane called to Carroll, "Are you coming with me?" "Since I can't stop you, I suppose I'd better go," Carroll replied. They sprang down the bank. Vane crawled out on the working timber, with Carroll, who carried a heavy hammer, a few feet behind him. The perilous bridge they traversed groaned beneath their feet, but they had joined the other men before they came to any particularly troublesome opening. Then the cluster of wet figures was brought up by a gap filled with leaping foam, in the midst of which brushwood swung to and fro, and projecting branches ground on one another. Whether there was solid timber a foot or two beneath, or only the entrance to some cavity by which the stream swept through the barrier, there was nothing to show, but Vane set his lips and jumped. He alighted on something that bore him, and when the others followed, floundering and splashing, the deliberation which had hitherto characterized their movements suddenly deserted them. They had reached the limit beyond which it was no longer useful. When they had crossed the gap, Vane and those behind him blundered on in hot fury. They had risen to the demand on them, and the curious psychic change had come. Now they must achieve success or face annihilation. But in this there was nothing unusual. It is the alternative offered to many a log driver, miner, and sailor man. Neither Vane nor Carroll, nor any of those who assisted them, had any clear recollection of what they did. Somehow they reached the boulder, somehow they plied axe or iron-hooked peavey, while the unstable, foam-lapped platform rocked beneath their feet. Every movement entailed a peril no one could calculate, but they savagely toiled on. When Vane began to swing a hammer above a drill, or whom he got it from, he did not know, any more than he remembered when he had torn off and thrown away his jacket, though the sticks of giant powder, which had been in his pocket, lay close by upon the stone. Sparks sprang from the drill which Carroll held and fell among the coils of snaky fuse. But that did not trouble either, and it was only when Vane was breathless that he changed places with his companion. About them bowed figures that breathed in stertorous gasps grappled desperately with grinding, smashing logs. Sometimes they were forced up in harsh distinctness by a dazzling glare. Sometimes they faded into blurred shadows as the pulsating flame upon the bank sank a little or was momentarily blown aside. But all the while gorged veins rose on bronzed foreheads and toil-hardened muscles were taxed to the uttermost. At last, when a trunk rolled beneath him, Carroll missed a stroke and realized with a shock of dismay that it was not the drill he had brought his hammer down upon. "I couldn't help it," he gasped. "Where did I hit you?" "Get on," Vane said hoarsely. "I can hold the drill." Carroll struck for a few more minutes, after which he flung down the hammer and inserted the giant powder into the holes sunk in the stone. Next he lighted the fuse, and warning the others, they hastily recrossed the dangerous bridge. They had reached the edge of the forest when a flash sprang up amidst the foam, and a sharp crash was followed by a deafening, drawn-out uproar. Rending, grinding, smashing, the jam broke up, hammered upon the partly shattered boulder, and carrying it away or driving it, washed in tremendous ruin down the rapid. When the wild clamor had subsided, Salter gave the men some instructions, and then as they approached the lamp noticed Vane's reddened hand. "That looks a nasty smash. You want to get it seen to," he remarked. "I'll get it dressed at the settlement. We'll make an early start tomorrow," said Vane. "We were lucky in breaking the jam, but you'll have the same trouble over again any time a heavy flood brings down an unusual quantity of driftwood." "It's what I'd expect," agreed Salter. "Then something will have to be done to prevent it. I'll go into the matter when I reach the city." Carroll and Vane walked back to the shack, where the former bound up his comrade's injured hand, and, after a rest, left the mine early next morning. Vane got his hand dressed when they reached the little mining town at the head of the railroad, and on the following day they arrived in Vancouver. End of chapter 20. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 21 of The Protector by Harold Bindloss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Protector by Harold Bindloss. Chapter 21. Vane yields a point. The short afternoon was drawing towards its close when Vane came out of a building in Hastings Street, Vancouver. "The meeting went satisfactorily, taking it all around," he remarked to Carroll, who was with him. "I think so," agreed his companion. "But I'm far from sure that Horsfield was pleased with the stockholders' decision." Vane nodded in a thoughtful manner. After returning from the mine, he had gone inland to examine a new irrigation property he had been asked to take an interest in, and had only got back in time for a meeting of the Clermont shareholders, which Nairn had arranged in his absence. The meeting was just over, and though Vane had been forced to yield to a majority on some points, he had secured the abandonment of a proposition he considered dangerous. "Though I don't see what the man could have gained by it, I'm inclined to believe that if Nairn and I had been absent he'd have carried his reconstruction scheme," he said. "That wouldn't have pleased me." "I thought it injudicious," Carroll commented. "It was only because we must raise more money I agreed to the issue of the new shares," Vane went on. "We ought to pay a fair dividend on such a moderate sum." "You think you'll get it?" "I've not much doubt." Vane was capable and forceful, but his abilities were rather of a practical than a diplomatic order, and he was occasionally addicted to headstrong action. Knowing that he had a very cunning antagonist intriguing against him, his companion had misgivings. "Shall we walk back to the hotel?" he asked. "No," said Vane. "I'll go across and see how Celia Hartley's getting on. I'm afraid I've been forgetting her." "Then I'll come too. You may need me. There are matters you're not to be trusted with alone." Just then Nairn came down the steps and waved his hand to them. "You will not forget that Mrs. Nairn is expecting both of you this evening." He passed on, and they set off together across the city towards the district where Celia lived. Though the quarter in question may have been improved out of existence, since some little time ago rows of low-rented shacks stood upon mounds of sweating sawdust which had been dumped into a swampy hollow. Leaky, frail, and fissured, they were not the kind of places anyone who could help it would choose to live in. But Vane found the sick girl still installed in one of the worst of them. She looked pale and haggard, but she was busily at work upon some millinery, and the light of a tin lamp showed Drayton and Kitty Blake sitting near her. "You oughtn't to be at work. You don't look fit," Vane said to Celia, and hesitated a moment before he continued. "I'm sorry we couldn't find that spruce, but, as I told Drayton, we're going back to try again." The girl smiled bravely. "Then you'll find it next time. I'm glad I'm able to do a little. It brings a few dollars in." "But what are you doing?" "Making hats. I did one for Miss Horsfield, and afterwards friends of hers sent me some more to trim. She said she'd try to get me some work from one of the big stores." "But you're not a milliner, are you?" said Vane, who felt grateful to Jessie for the practical way in which she had kept her promise to assist. "Celia's something better," Kitty broke in. "She's a genius." The others laughed, and Vane, anxious to turn the conversation away from Miss Horsfield's action, led them on to general chatter, under cover of which he drew Drayton to the door. "The girl looks far from fit," he said. "Has the doctor been over lately?" "2 or 3 days ago," answered Drayton. "We've been worried about her. It's out of the question that she should go back to the hotel, and she can only manage to work a few hours daily. There's another thing. The clerk of the fellow who owns these shacks has just been along for his rent. It's overdue." "Where's he now?" Drayton laughed, for the sounds of a vigorous altercation rose from farther up the unlighted street. "I guess he's yonder, having some more trouble with his collecting." "I'll fix that matter anyway," said Vane, who disappeared into the darkness. It was some time later when he re-entered the shack and waited until a remark of Celia's gave him a lead. "You're really a partner in the lumber scheme," he said. "I can't see why you shouldn't draw some of your share of the proceeds beforehand." "The first payment isn't to be made until you find the spruce and get your lease," the girl reminded him. "You've already paid $100 we had no claim upon." "That doesn't matter. I'm going to find it." "Yes," said Celia, with a look of confidence. "I think you will. But," and a flicker of color crept into her thin face, "I can't take any more money until it's done." Vane, failing in another attempt to shake her resolution, dropped the subject, and soon afterwards he and Carroll took their departure. They were sitting in their hotel, waiting for dinner, when Carroll, who lay in a luxurious chair, looked up lazily. "What are you thinking about so hard?" he inquired. Vane glanced meaningly around the elaborately furnished room. "There's a contrast between all this and that rotten shack. Did you notice that Celia never stopped sewing while we were in?" "I did," said Carroll. "I suppose you're going to propound another conundrum of a kind I've heard before, why you should have so many things you don't particularly need, while Miss Hartley must go on sewing, when she's hardly able for it, in her most unpleasant shack? I don't know if the fact that you found a mine answers the question, but if it doesn't, the thing's beyond your philosophy." "Come off," Vane bade him with signs of impatience. "Your moralizing gets on one's nerves. Anyhow, I straightened out one difficulty. I found the rent man, who's been round worrying her, and got rid of him." Carroll groaned in mock dismay, which covered some genuine annoyance with himself. "What's the matter?" Vane inquired. "Do you want a drink?" "I'll get over it," Carroll informed him. "It isn't the first time I've suffered from the same complaint. But I'd like to point out that your chivalrous impulses may be the ruin of you some day. Why didn't you let Drayton settle with the man? You gave him a check, I suppose?" "I did. I'd only a few loose dollars on me." "Now I see what you're driving at, and I want to say that any little reputation I possess can pretty well take care of itself." "Just so. No doubt it will be necessary. But you're not the only person concerned." "But who's likely to take notice of the thing?" "I can't tell. But you make enemies as well as friends, and you're walking in slippery places which you're not altogether accustomed to. You can't meet your difficulties with the axe here." "That's true," assented Vane, and they went in to dinner. After the meal they walked across to Nairn's, and when they had been ushered into a room in which several other guests were assembled, Vane sat down on a sofa beside Jessie Horsfield. "I want to thank you. I was over at Miss Hartley's this afternoon," he began. "I understand you were at the mining meeting." "So I was. Your brother would tell that—" Vane broke off, remembering that he had defeated Horsfield. "You were opposed to him, but it doesn't follow that I share all his views. Perhaps I ought to be a stauncher partisan." "If you'll be just to both of us, I'll be satisfied." "I suppose that means you're convinced of the equity of your cause," she suggested. "I expect I deserve the rebuke, but aren't you trying to switch me off the subject?" Vane answered with a laugh. "It's Celia Hartley I want to talk about." He did her injustice. Jessie felt that she had earned his gratitude, and she had no objection to his expressing it. "It was a happy thought of yours to give her hats and things to make. I'm ever so much obliged to you. I felt you could be trusted to think of the right thing. An ingenious idea of that kind would never have occurred to me." "It was very simple. I noticed a hat and dress of hers which she owned she had made. The girl has some talent. I'm only sorry I can't keep her busy." "Couldn't you give her an order for a dozen hats? I'd be glad to be responsible." "The difficulty would be the disposal of them. They would be of no use to you, and I couldn't allow you to present them to me." "I wish I could," Vane declared. "You certainly deserve them." This was satisfactory, so far as it went, though Jessie would have preferred that his desire to bestow the favour should have sprung from some other motive than a recognition of her services to Celia Hartley. She was, however, convinced that his only feeling towards the girl was one of compassion. Then she saw that he was looking at her with half-humorous annoyance in his face. "Are you grieved I won't take those hats?" she asked. "I am," Vane confessed, and proceeded to explain with unnecessary ingenuousness. "I'm still more vexed with the state of things it's typical of. I suppose I mean the restrictedness of this civilized life. When you want to do anything in the bush, you take the axe and set about it. But here you're continually running up against some artificial obstacle." "One understands that it's worse in England," said Jessie. "But in regard to Miss Hartley, I'll recommend her to my friends as far as I can." Just then Vane made an abrupt movement, and Jessie realized by his expression that he had suddenly become oblivious of her presence. She had no doubt about the reason for this, because Evelyn Chisholm entered the room. The lamplight fell upon her as she crossed the threshold, and Jessie recognized unwillingly that she looked surprisingly handsome. Handsome, however, was not the word Vane would have used. He thought Evelyn looked exotic, highly cultivated, strangely refined, as though she had grown up in a rarefied atmosphere in which nothing rank could thrive. Though Evelyn had her faults, the impression she made on him was, perhaps, more or less justifiable. Then he remembered that the girl had been offered to him, and he had refused the gift. He wondered how he had exerted the necessary strength of will, for he was conscious that admiration, respect, pity, had now changed and melted into sudden passion. His blood tingled, and, as it happened, no change of his expression was lost upon his companion. Laying a check upon his thoughts, he resumed a desultory conversation with Jessie, though he betrayed himself several times during it, and at length she let him go. It was, however, some time before he secured a place beside Evelyn. He was now quiet and self-contained. "Nairn promised me a surprise this evening, but it has exceeded all my expectations," he said. "How are your people?" Evelyn informed him that their health was satisfactory, and added, watching him the while, "Gerald sent his best remembrances." "Ah," said Vane, in a casual manner, "I'm glad to have them." Evelyn was now convinced that Mabel had been correct in concluding that he had assisted Gerald financially, though she was aware that nothing would induce either of the men to acquaint her with the fact. "I understood from Mrs. Nairn that you were away in the bush," she said. He turned and regarded her steadily. "That was the case, and I'm shortly going off again. Perhaps it's fortunate that I may be away some time. It will leave you more at ease." The last remark was more of a question than an assertion, and Evelyn knew the man could be direct. She also esteemed candor. "No," she said, "I wouldn't wish you to think that, and I wouldn't like to believe that I had anything to do with driving you away." Vane saw a faintly warmer tone show through the clear pallor of her skin, but while his heart beat faster than usual, he felt that she meant just what she said and nothing more. He must proceed with caution, which was, on the whole, foreign to him, and shortly afterwards he left her. When he was gone, Evelyn sat thinking about him. She had shrunk from the man in rebellious alarm when her parents would have bestowed her hand on him; but even then, and undoubtedly afterwards, she had felt that there was something in his nature which would have attracted her, had she been willing to allow it to do so. Now, though he had said nothing to rouse it, the feeling was stronger. Then she remembered with a rather curious smile her father's indignation when Vane had withdrawn from the field. He had done this because she had appealed to his generosity, and she had been grateful to him. But unreasonable as she admitted the faint resentment she was conscious of to be, the recollection of the fact that he had yielded to her wishes was somehow bitter. In the meanwhile Carroll had taken his place by Jessie's side. "I understand you steered your comrade satisfactorily through the meeting to-day," she began. "No," objected Carroll. "I can't claim any credit for doing so. In matters of the kind Vane takes full control, and I'm willing to own that he drove us all, including your brother, on the course he chose." "Then it's in other matters you exercise a little judicious pressure on the helm?" The man looked at her in well-assumed admiration of her keenness. "I don't know how you guessed it, but I suppose it's a fact. It's, however, an open secret that Vane's now and then unguardedly ingenuous. Indeed, there are respects in which he's a babe by comparison, we'll say, with either of us." "That's rather a dubious compliment," Jessie informed him. "What do you think of Miss Chisholm? I suppose you saw a good deal of her in England?" "I spent a month or two in her company. So did Vane. I fancy she's rather like him in several ways, and there are reasons for believing that he thinks a good deal of her." Having watched Vane carefully when Evelyn came in, Jessie was inclined to agree with him, and she glanced round the room. One or two people were moving about and the rest were talking in little groups, but there was nobody very near, and she fancied that she and her companion were safe from interruption. "What were some of the reasons?" she asked. Carroll had expected some question of this description, and had decided to answer it plainly, because it seemed probable that Jessie would get the information out of him in one way or another. He had also another motive, which he thought a commendable one. Jessie had obviously taken a certain interest in Vane, but it could not have gone very far as yet, and Vane did not reciprocate it. The latter was, however, impulsive, while Jessie was calculating and clever, and Carroll, who was slightly afraid of her, foresaw that complications might follow any increase of friendliness between her and his comrade. He thought it would be better if she left Vane alone. "Well," he said, "since you have asked, I'll try to tell you." He proceeded to recount what had passed at the Dene, and Jessie listened, with an expressionless face. "So he gave her up because he admired her?" she said at length. "That's my view of it," Carroll agreed. Jessie made no comment, but he felt that she was hardly hit, which was not what he had anticipated. He began to wonder if he had acted judiciously, and he glanced about the room. It did not seem considerate to study her expression then. A few moments later she turned to him with a smile, in which there was the faintest hint of strain. "I dare say you are right, but there are one or two people I haven't spoken to," she said, and moved away from him. Some time after this Mrs. Nairn came upon Carroll standing for the moment alone. "It's not often one sees you lookin' moody," she informed him. "Was Jessie not gracious?" "That," said Carroll, smiling, "is not the difficulty. I'm an unsusceptible and somewhat inconspicuous person, not worth powder and shot, so to speak, for which I'm sometimes thankful. I believe it saves me a good deal of trouble." "Then is it something Vane has done that is on your mind? Doubtless you feel him a responsibility?" "He's all that," Carroll confessed. "Still, you see, I've constituted myself his guardian. I don't know why, because he'd probably be very vexed if he suspected it." "The gods give you a good conceit of yourself," Mrs. Nairn exclaimed. "I need it," said Carroll humbly. "This afternoon I let him do a most injudicious thing, and now I've done another which I fear is worse. On the whole, I think I'd better take him away to the bush. He'd be safer there." "You will not just now," declared his hostess firmly. Carroll made a sign of resignation. "Oh, well," he said, "if you say so, I'm quite willing to stand out and let things alone. Too many cooks are apt to spoil the kail." Mrs. Nairn left him, but she afterwards once or twice glanced thoughtfully at Vane and Evelyn, who had once more drawn together. End of chapter 21. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 22 of The Protector by Harold Bindloss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Protector by Harold Bindloss. Chapter 22. Evelyn Goes for a Sail. It was about the middle of the morning, and Vane sat in Nairn's office. Specimens of ore lately received from the mine were scattered about a table, and Nairn had some papers in his hand. "Weel," he said, when Vane, after examining two or three of the stones, abruptly flung them down. "The ore's running poorer," Vane admitted. "On the other hand, I partly expected this, and there's better stuff in the reef. We're a little too high. I look for more encouraging results when we start the lower heading." He went into details of the new operations, and when he had finished, Nairn, who had been jotting down some figures, looked up. "Yon workings will cost a good deal," he pointed out. "Ye'll no be able to make a start until we're sure of the money." "We ought to get it." "A month or two ago I would have agreed with ye, but general investors are kittle cattle, and the applications for the new stock are not numerous." "The plain English of it is that the mine is not so popular as it was," said Vane impatiently. "I'm thinking something of the kind," Nairn agreed, and then proceeded with a cautious explanation. The result of the first reduction and the way you forced the concern in the market secured you notice. Folks put their money on you, looking for sensational developments, and when the latter are not forthcoming they feel a bit sore. There's nothing discouraging in our accounts. Even if the ore all ran as poor as that," Vane pointed to the specimens on the table, "the mine could be worked on a paying basis. We have issued no statements that could spread alarm." "Just so," said Nairn. "What was looked for was more than a paying basis. You have not come up to expectations. Forby, it's my opinion that damaging reports have somehow leaked out from the mine. I see clouds in the horizon." "Bendel pledged himself to take up a big block of the shares," pointed out Vane. "If Howitson does the same, as he said he would, our position would be secure. As soon as it was known that they were largely interested, others would follow them. Now you have it in a nutshell. It would put a wet blanket on the project if they both backed down. In the meanwhile, we cannot hurry them." Vane rose. "We'll leave it at that. I've promised to take Mrs. Nairn and Miss Chisholm for a sail." He went out, and had got rid of the slight uneasiness the interview had occasioned him before he reached the waterfront, where he found Mrs. Nairn and Evelyn awaiting him with Carroll in attendance. In another few minutes they were rowing off to the sloop, and as they approached her the elder lady glanced with approval at the craft, which swam, a gleaming ivory shape, upon the shining green brine. "You have surely been painting the boat," she said. "Was that for us?" Vane disregarded the last question. "She wanted it, and paint's comparatively cheap." It was a little thing, but Evelyn was pleased. The girls had not been greatly considered at the Dene, and it was flattering to recognize that the man had thought it worth while to decorate his craft in her honour. She did not ask herself if he had wished to please her. He had invited her for a sail some days ago, and he was thorough in everything he did. He handed her and Mrs. Nairn on board, and when they sat down in the well, he and Carroll proceeded to hoist the mainsail. It looked exceedingly large as it thrashed and fluttered above their heads, and there seemed to be a bewildering quantity of ropes, but Evelyn was chiefly interested in watching Vane. He was wonderfully quick, but no movement was wasted. His face was intent, his glances sharp, and she liked the crisp, curt way in which he spoke to Carroll. The man's task was, in one sense, not important, but he was absorbed in it. Then, while Carroll slipped the moorings, he ran up the headsails and, springing aft, seized the tiller as the boat, slanting over, began to forge through the water. It was the first time Evelyn had ever travelled under sail, and, receptive as she was of all new impressions, she sat silent a few minutes, rejoicing in the sense of swift and easy motion. The inlet was crisped by small white ripples, and the boat with her boom broad off on her quarter drove through them, a sparkling wedge of foam on her lee bow, and a stream of froth sluicing past her sides. Overhead the great inclined sail cut, sharply white, against the dazzling blue, and close by her Vane sat gripping the tiller. They swept out through the gate of the Narrows, and Vane luffed the boat up to a moderately fresh breeze. "It's off the land, and we'll have fairly smooth water," he explained, and added, "How do you like sailing?" "It's glorious on a day like this," she declared, and looked back towards the distant snow. "If anything more were wanted, there are the mountains, too." Vane smiled, but there was a suggestive sparkle in his eyes. "Yes," he said, "we have them both, and that's something to be thankful for. The sea and the mountains. the two grandest things in this world." "If you think that, how did you reconcile yourself to the city?" "I'm not sure I've done so." He indicated the gleaming heights. "I'm going back up yonder very soon." Mrs. Nairn glanced at Carroll, who affected to be busy with a rope. Then she turned to Vane. "It will not be possible with winter coming on." "It's not really so bad, then," Vane declared. "Besides, I expect to get my work done before the hardest weather's due." "But ye cannot leave Vancouver until you have settled about the mine." "I don't want to," Vane admitted. "That's not quite the same thing." "It is with a good many people," Carroll interposed with a smile. In the meanwhile they were driving out to the southwards, opening up the strait, with the forest to port growing smaller, and the short seas increasing in size. The breeze was cold, but the girl was warmly clad, and the easy motion in no way troubled her. The rush of keen salt air stirred her blood, and all around her were spread wonderful harmonies of silver-laced blue and green, through which the straining fabric that carried her swept on. The mountains were majestic, but except when tempests lashed their crags or torrents swept their lower slopes, they were wrapped in eternal repose. The sea was filled with ecstatic motion. "The hills have their fascination. It's a thing I know," she said, to draw the helmsman out. "I think I should like the sea, too, but at first sight its charm isn't quite so plain." "You have started him," interposed Carroll. "He won't refuse that challenge." Vane accepted it with a smile, which meant more than good-humoured indulgence. "Well," he began, "the sea's the same everywhere, unbridled, unchanging, a force that remains as it was in the beginning. Once you're out of harbour, under sail, you have done with civilization. It has possibly provided you with excellent gear, but it can do no more. You stand alone, stripped for the struggle with the elements." "Is it always a struggle?" Evelyn asked, to prompt him. "Always. The sea's as treacherous as the winds that vex it, pitiless, murderous. When you have only sail to trust to, you can never relax your vigilance. You must watch the varying drift of clouds and the swing of the certain tides. There's nothing and nobody to fall back upon when the breeze pipes its challenge. You have sloughed off civilization and must stand or fall by the raw natural powers man is born with, and chief among them is the capacity for brutal labour. The thrashing sail must be mastered. The tackle crackling with the strain must be hauled in. Perhaps that's the charm of it for some of us whose lives are pretty smooth. It takes one back, as I said, to the beginning." "But haven't human progress and machines made everybody's lives more smooth?" Vane laughed somewhat grimly. "Oh, no, I think that can never be done. So far, somebody pays for the other's ease. At sea, in the mine, and in the bush, man still grapples with a rugged, naked world." The girl was pleased. She had drawn him out, and she thought he had in speaking kept a fair balance between too crude a mode of colloquial expression and poetic elaboration. There was, she knew, a vein of poetic conception in him, and the struggle he had hinted at could only be described fittingly in heroic language. It was, in one sense, a pity that those who had the gift of it and cultivated imagination had, for the most part, never been forced into the fight. But that was, perhaps, not a matter of much importance. There were plenty of men, such as her companion, endowed with endurance, who if they seldom gave their thoughts free rein, rejoiced in the struggle, and by them the world's sternest work was done. "After all," she said, "we have the mountains in civilized England." Vane did not respond with the same freedom this time. He was inclined to think he had spoken too unrestrainedly. "Yes," he agreed, smiling. "You can walk about them, where you won't disturb the grouse, and they're grand enough. But if you look down you can see the motor dust trails and the tourist coaches in the valleys." "But why shouldn't people enjoy themselves in that way?" "I can't think of any reason. No doubt most of them have earned the right to do so. But you can't rip up those hills with giant powder where you feel inclined, or set to work to root out some miles of forest. The government encourages that kind of thing here." "And that's the charm?" "Yes," said Vane, "I suppose it is." "I'd better explain," Carroll broke in. "Men of a certain temperament are apt to fall a prey to fantasies in the newer lands. Any common sense they once possessed seems to desert them. After that they're never happy, except when they're ripping things, such as big rocks and trees, to pieces, and though they'll tell you it's only to get out minerals or clear a ranch, they're wrong. Once they get the mine or ranch they don't care about it, and set to work wrecking things again. Isn't that so, Mrs. Nairn?" "They are such crazy bodies," agreed the lady. "I know one or two, but if I had my way with them they should find one mine or build one sawmill." "And then," said Carroll, "you would chain them up for good by marrying them." "I would like to try, but I'm not sure it would act in every case. I have come across some women as bad as the men. They would drive their husbands on. Maybe," and she smiled in a half wistful manner, "it's as well to do something worth the remembering when you are young. There's a long time to sit still in afterwards." Half in banter and half in earnest, they had given Evelyn a hint of the master passion of the true colonist, whose pride is in his burden. Afterwards Mrs. Nairn led the conversation, until Carroll laid out in the saloon a somewhat elaborate lunch, which he had brought from the hotel. Then the others went below, leaving Vane at the helm. And Carroll looked at him ruefully when they came up again. "I'm afraid Miss Chisholm's disappointed," he explained. "No," said Evelyn. "That would be most ungrateful. I only expected a more characteristic example of sea cookery. After what Mr. Vane told us, a lunch like the one you provided, with glass and silver, struck me as rather an anachronism." "It's better to be broken into sea cookery gently," Vane interposed with some dryness. "It's a poor compliment to take it for granted that we're afraid of a little hardship. Besides, I don't think you're right." Vane, who left the helm to Carroll, went below, and the latter smiled at Evelyn. "He won't be long," he informed her. "He hasn't got rid of his primitive habits yet." Vane came up satisfied in about 10 minutes, and glancing about him before he resumed the helm, noticed that it was blowing fresher, but it did not inconvenience the party, and as they ran homewards the breeze gradually died away. The broad inlet lay still in the moonlight when they crept across it with the water lapping very faintly about the bows, and it was over a mirror-like surface they rowed ashore. Nairn was waiting at the foot of the steps, and Evelyn walked back with him, feeling, she could not tell exactly why, that she had been drawn closer to the sloop's helmsman. End of chapter 22. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 23 of The Protector by Harold Bindloss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Protector by Harold Bindloss. Chapter 23. Vane Proves Obdurate. Vane spent 2 or 3 weeks very pleasantly in Vancouver, for Evelyn, of whom he saw a good deal, was gracious to him. The embarrassment both had felt on their first meeting in the western city had speedily vanished. They had resumed their acquaintance on what was ostensibly a purely friendly footing, and since both avoided any reference to what had taken place in England, it had ripened into a mutual confidence. This would have been less probable in the older country, where they would have been continually reminded of what the Chisholm family had expected of them. But the past seldom counts for much in the new and changeful West, whose inhabitants look forward to the future. Indeed, there is something in its atmosphere which banishes regret and retrospection, and when Evelyn looked back at all she felt inclined to wonder why she had once been so troubled by the man's satisfaction with her company. She decided that this could not have been the result of any aversion from him, and that it was merely an instinctive revolt against the part her parents had wished to force upon her. Chisholm and his wife had blundered as such people often do, for it is possible that had they adopted a perfectly neutral attitude everything would have gone as they desired. Their mistake was nevertheless a natural one. Somewhat exaggerated reports of Vane's prosperity had reached them, but while they coveted the advantages his wealth might offer their daughter, in their secret hearts they looked upon him as something of a barbarian, which idea the opinions he occasionally expressed in their hearing did not dispel. Both feared that Evelyn regarded him in the same light, and it accordingly became evident that a little pressure might be required. In spite of their prejudices, they did not shrink from applying it. In the meanwhile, several people in Vancouver watched the increase of friendliness between the girl and Vane. Mrs. Nairn and her husband did so with benevolent interest, and it was by the former's adroit management, which Evelyn did not often suspect, that they were thrown more and more into each other's company. Jessie Horsfield, however, looked on with bitterness. She was a strong-willed young woman, who had hitherto generally contrived to obtain what she had set her heart upon, and she had set it upon this man. Indeed, she had fancied that he returned the feeling, but disillusionment had come on the evening when he had unexpectedly met Evelyn. Her resentment against the girl grew steadily stronger, until it threatened to prove dangerous on opportunity. There were, however, days when Vane was disturbed in mind. Winter was coming on, and although it is rarely severe on the southern seaboard, it is by no means the season one would choose for an adventure among the ranges of the northern wilderness. Unless he made his search for the spruce very shortly, he might be compelled to postpone it until the spring, at the risk of being forestalled. But there were 2 reasons which detained him. He thought he was gaining ground in Evelyn's esteem, and he feared the effect of absence. While there was no doubt that the new issue of the Clermont shares was in very slack demand. To leave the city might cost him a good deal, but he had pledged himself to go. The latter fact was uppermost in his mind one evening when he set off to call upon Celia Hartley, and, as it happened, Evelyn and Mrs. Nairn were driving past as he turned off from a busy street towards the quarter in which she lived. It had been dark some little time, but Evelyn had no difficulty in recognizing him. Indeed, she watched him for a few moments while he passed on into a more shadowy region, where the gloom and dilapidation of the first small frame houses were noticeable, and she wondered what kind of people inhabited it. She did not think Mrs. Nairn had noticed Vane. "You have never taken me into the district on our left," she said. "I'm not likely to," was the answer. "We're not proud of it." "I suppose the Chinese and other aliens live there?" Evelyn suggested. "They do," said Mrs. Nairn with some dryness. "I'm not sure, however, that they're the worst." "But one understands that you haven't a criminal population." "We have folks who're on the fringe of it, only we see they live all together. People who would be respectable live somewhere else, except a few who have to consider cheapness, but it's not a recommendation to be seen going into yon quarter after dark." This left Evelyn thoughtful, since she had undoubtedly seen Vane going there. She considered herself a judge of character, and generally trusted her intuitions, and she believed the man's visit to the neighborhood in question admitted of some satisfactory explanation. On the other hand, she felt that her friend should be beyond suspicion. Taking it all round, she was rather vexed with Vane, and it cost her some trouble to drive the matter out of her mind, though she succeeded in doing so. She did not see Vane next day, but the latter called upon Nairn at his office during the afternoon. "Have you had any more applications for the new stock?" he asked. "I have not," said Nairn. "Neither Bendel nor Howiston has paid up yet." "Investors are shy, that's a fact," Vane confessed. "It's unfortunate. I've already put off my trip north as long as possible. I wanted to see things on a satisfactory basis before I went." "A prudent wish. I would advise you to carry it out." "What do you mean by that?" "Something like this. If the money's not forthcoming, we may be compelled to fall back upon a different plan. And, unless you're to the fore, the decision of a shareholders' meeting might not suit you. Considering the position and the stock you hold, any views you might express would carry mair weight than mine could do in your absence." Vane drummed with his fingers on the table. "I suppose that's the case. But I've got to make the journey. With moderately good fortune it shouldn't take me long." "You would be running some risk if anything delayed you and we had to call a meeting before you got back." "I see that, but it can't be helped. I expect to be back before I'm wanted. Anyway, I could leave you authority to act on my behalf." After a further attempt to dissuade him, Nairn spread out one hand resignedly. "He who will be Cooper maun be left to gang," he said. "Whiles I have wondered why any one should be so keen on getting there, but doubtless a douce Scottish town has mair attractions for a sensible person than the rugged northwest in winter time." Vane, who smiled at this, went out and left him, and when he reached home Nairn briefly recounted the interview to his wife over his evening meal. Evelyn, who was with them, listened attentively. "Yon man will no hear reason," Nairn concluded. "He's thrawn." Evelyn had already noticed that her host, for whom she had a strong liking, spoke broader Scots when he was either amused or angry, and she supposed that Vane's determination disturbed him. "But why should he persist in leaving the city, when it's to his advantage to do so, as you lead one to believe it is?" she asked. "If the latter's not absolutely certain, it's very likely," Nairn informed her. "You have only answered half my question," Evelyn pointed out. Mrs. Nairn smiled. "Alec," she said, "is reserved by nature, but if you're anxious for an answer, I might tell you." "Anxious hardly describes it," Evelyn replied. "Then we'll say curious. The fact is, Vane made a bargain with a sick prospector, in which he undertook to locate some timber the man had discovered away among the mountains. He was to pay the other a share of its value when he got his government license." "Is the timber very valuable?" "No," broke in Nairn. "One might make a fair business profit out of pulping it, though the thing's far from certain." "Then why is Mr. Vane so keen on finding it?" The question gave Mrs. Nairn a lead, but she decided to say no more than was necessary. "The prospector died, but that bound the bargain tighter, in Vane's opinion. The man died without a dollar, leaving a daughter worn out and ill with nursing him. According to the arrangement, his share will go to the girl." "Then," said Evelyn, "Mr. Vane is really undertaking the search in order to keep his promise to a man who is dead. And he will not even postpone it, because if he did so this penniless girl might, perhaps, lose her share? Isn't that rather fine of him?" "On the whole, ye understand the position," Nairn agreed. "If you desire my view of the matter, I would merely say that yon's the kind of man he is." Evelyn made no further comment, though the last common phrase struck her as a most eloquent tribute. She had heard Vane confess that he did not want to go north at present, and she now understood that to do so might jeopardize his interests in the mine. But he was undoubtedly going. He meant to keep his promise. This was what one would expect of him. As it happened, he took her for a drive among the Stanley pines one mild afternoon a few days later, and though she knew she would regret his departure, she was unusually friendly. Vane rejoiced at it, but he had already decided that he must endeavour to proceed with caution and content himself in the meanwhile with the part of trusted companion. For this reason he chatted lightly, which he felt was safer, during most of the drive, but he once or twice responded without reserve when, by chance or design, she asked a leading question. "I wonder if you ever feel any regret at having left England for this country?" she said. "I did so pretty often when I first came out," he answered. "In those days I had to work in icy water and carry massive lumps of rock." "I dare say regret was a very natural feeling then." "But that wasn't quite what I meant." "So I supposed," Vane confessed. "Well, I'd better own that when I spent a week or two in England, at the Dene, I began to think I missed a good deal by not staying at home. It struck me that the life you led had a singular charm. Everything went so smoothly there among the sheltering hills. One felt that care and anxiety could not creep in. Somehow the place reminded me of Avalon." "The impression was by no means correct," said Evelyn, "but I don't think you have finished. Won't you go on?" "Then if I get out of my depth you mustn't blame me. By and by I discovered that charm wasn't the right word. The place was permeated with a narcotic spell." "Narcotic?" said Evelyn. "Do you think the term's more appropriate?" "I do," Vane declared. "Narcotics, one understands, are insidious things. If you take them regularly, in small doses, they increase their hold on you until you become wrapped up in dreams and unrealities. If, however, you get too big a dose at the beginning, it leads to a vigorous revulsion. It's nature's warning and remedy." "You're not flattering," said Evelyn, "but I almost fancy you are right." "We are told that man was made to struggle, to use all his powers. If he rests too long beside the still backwaters of life in fairy-like dales, they're apt to atrophy, and he finds himself slack and nerveless when he goes out to face the world again." Evelyn nodded, for she had felt and striven against the insidious influence he spoke of. She had now and then left the drowsy dale for a while, but the life she had then caught glimpses of was equally sheltered, one possibly only to the favoured few. Even the echoes of the real tense struggles seldom passed its boundaries. "But you confessed not long ago that you loved the Western wilderness," she said. "You have spent a good deal of time in it. You expect to do so again. After all, isn't that only exchanging one beautiful, tranquil region for another? The bush must be even quieter than the English dales." "I expect I haven't made the point quite clear. When one goes up into the bush it's not to lounge and dream there, but to make war upon it with the axe and drill." He pulled up his team and pointed to a clump of giant trees. "Look here. That's nature's challenge to man in this country." Evelyn confessed that it was a very impressive one. The great trunks ran up far aloft, tremendous columns, before their higher portions were lost in the vaulted roof of somber greenery. They dwarfed the rig and team. She felt herself a pygmy by comparison. "They're rather bigger than the average," her companion resumed. "Still, that's the kind of thing you run up against when you buy land to make a ranch of or clear the ground for a mine. Chopping, sawing up, splitting those giants doesn't fill one with languorous dreams. The only ones our axemen indulge in materialize. It's a bracing struggle. There are leagues and leagues of trees shrouding the valleys in a shadow that has lasted since the world was young. But you see the dawn of a wonderful future breaking in as the long ranks go down." Once more, without clearly intending it, he had stirred the girl. He had not spoken in that rather fanciful style to impress her. She thought he had, trusting in her comprehension, merely given his ideas free rein. But in doing so he had somehow made her hear the clear trumpet call to action, which, for some men, rings through the roar of the river and the song of the tall black pines. "Ah," she said, "I dare say it's a fine life in many ways, but it must have its drawbacks. The flesh must shrink from them." "The flesh?" he said, and laughed. "In this land it takes second place, except perhaps in the cities." Then he turned and looked at her curiously. "Why should you talk of shrinking? The bush couldn't daunt you. You have courage." The girl's eyes sparkled, but it was not at the compliment. His words rang with freedom, the freedom of the heights, where heroic effort was the rule in place of luxury. She longed now, as she had often done, to escape from bondage, to break away. "Ah, well," she said half wistfully, "I expect it's fortunate that such courage as I have may never be put to the test." Though reticence was difficult, Vane made no comment. He had spoken unguardedly already, and he had decided that caution was desirable. As it happened, an automobile came up when he restarted his team, and he looked round as he drove on again. "It's curious that I never heard the thing," he said. "I didn't either," said Evelyn, and added, as if any explanation were needed, "I was too engrossed in the trees. But I think Miss Horsfield was in it." "Was she?" said Vane in a very casual manner, and Evelyn, for no reason that she was willing to admit, was pleased. She had not been mistaken. Jessie Horsfield was in the automobile, and she had had a few moments in which to study Vane and his companion. The man's look and the girl's expression had struck her as significant, and her lips set ominously tight as the car sped on. She felt she almost hated Vane, and there was no doubt that she entirely hated the girl at his side. End of chapter 23. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 24 of The Protector by Harold Bindloss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Protector by Harold Bindloss. Chapter 24. Jesse Strikes. It was the afternoon before Vane's departure for the North, and Evelyn, sitting alone for the time being in Mrs. Nairn's drawing-room, felt disturbed by the thought of it. She sympathized with his object, but she supposed there was a certain risk attached to the journey, and that troubled her. In addition to this, there was another point on which she was not altogether pleased. She had twice seen Vane acknowledge a bow from a very pretty girl whose general appearance suggested that she did not belong to Evelyn's own walk of life, and that very morning she had noticed him crossing a street in the young woman's company. Vane, as it happened, had met Kitty Blake by accident and had asked her to accompany him on a visit to Celia. Evelyn did not think she was of a jealous disposition, and jealousy appeared irrational in the case of a man whom she had dismissed as a suitor. But the thing rankled in her mind. While she considered it, Jessie Horsfield entered the room. "I'm here by invitation, to join Vane's other old friends in giving him a good send-off," she explained. Evelyn noticed that Jessie laid some stress upon her acquaintance with Vane, and wondered if she had any motive for doing so. "I suppose you have known him for some time," she said. "Oh, yes," was the careless answer. "My brother was one of the first to take him up when he came to Vancouver." The phrase jarred on Evelyn. It savoured of patronage. Besides, she did not like to think that Vane owed anything to the Horsfields. "Though I don't know much about it, I understood they were opposed to each other," she said coldly. "Their business interests don't coincide, but it doesn't follow that they should disagree about anything else. My brother did all he could to dissuade Vane from going on with his search for the timber until the winter was over." "I think it is rather fine of him to persist in it," Evelyn declared. Jessie smiled, though she felt venomous just then. "Yes," she agreed, "one undoubtedly feels that. Besides, the thing's so characteristic of him. The man's impulsively generous, and not easily daunted. He possesses many of the rudimentary virtues, as well as some of the corresponding weaknesses, which is very much what one would look for." "What do you mean by that?" Evelyn inquired, suppressing her resentment. Though she was not prepared to pose as Vane's advocate, she was conscious of a growing antagonism against her companion. "It's difficult to explain, and I don't know that the subject's worth discussing," said Jessie. "However, what I think I meant was this. Vane's of a type that's not uncommon in the West, and it's a type one finds interesting. He's forcibly elementary, which is the only way I can express it. The restraints the rest of us submit to don't bind him. He breaks through them." This, so Evelyn fancied, was more or less correct. Indeed, the man's disregard of hampering customs had pleased her, but she allowed that some restraints were needful. As it happened, her companion followed up the same train of thought. "When one breaks down or gets over fences, it's necessary to discriminate," she went on lightly. "Men of the berserker type, however, are more addicted to going straight through the lot. In a way, they're consistent. Having smashed one barrier, why should they respect the next?" Jessie, as she was quite aware, was playing a dangerous game, one that might afterwards be exposed. Still, the latter possibility was of less account, because detection would come too late if she were successful. She was acquainted with the salient points of Evelyn's character. "They're consistent, if not always very logical," she concluded after a pause. "One endeavours to make allowances for men of that description." Something in her tone roused Evelyn to sudden imperious anger. It was intolerable that this woman should offer excuses for Vane. "What particular allowances do you feel it needful to make in Mr. Vane's case?" she asked. Now she was faced by the direct question, Jessie hesitated. As a rule, she was subtle, but she could be ruthlessly frank, and she was possessed by a hatred of the girl beside her. "You have forced me to an explanation," she expostulated. "The fact is that while he has a room at the hotel, he has an establishment in a different neighbourhood. Unfortunately, what you could best describe as a Latin quarter is a feature of some Western towns." It was a shock to Evelyn, one she found it hard to face, though she was not convinced. The last piece of information agreed with something Mrs. Nairn had told her, but although she had on one occasion had the testimony of her eyes in support of it, Jessie's first statement sounded incredible. "It's impossible," she declared. Jessie smiled in a bitter manner. "It's unpleasant, but it can't be denied. He undoubtedly pays the rent of a shack in the neighbourhood I mentioned." Evelyn sat tensely still for a moment or two. She dared not give rein to her feelings, she would not betray herself, but composure was extremely difficult. "If that is so, how is it that he is received everywhere, at your house and by Mrs. Nairn?" she asked. Jessie shrugged her shoulders. "People in general are the more or less charitable in the case of a successful man. Apart from that, Mr. Vane has a good many excellent qualities. As I said, one has to make allowances." Just then, to Evelyn's relief, Mrs. Nairn came in, and though the girl suffered during the time, it was half an hour before she could find an excuse for slipping away alone. Then, sitting in the gathering darkness, in her own room, she set herself to consider, as dispassionately as possible, what she had heard. It was exceedingly difficult to believe the charge, but Jessie's assertion was definite enough, and one which, if incorrect, could be readily disproved. Nobody would say such a thing unless it could be substantiated, and that led Evelyn to consider why Jessie had given her the information. She had obviously done so with at least a trace of malice, but this could hardly have sprung from jealousy, because Evelyn could not think that a woman would vilify a man for whom she had any tenderness. Besides, she had seen Vane entering the part of the town indicated, where he could not have had any legitimate business. Hateful as the suspicion was, it could not be contemptuously dismissed. Then she granted that she had no right to censure the man. He was not accountable to her for his conduct. But calm reasoning carried her no farther. She was once more filled with intolerable disgust and burning indignation. Somehow she had come to believe in Vane, and he had turned out an impostor. It was about an hour later when Vane and Carroll entered the house with Nairn, and proceeded to the latter's room, where he offered them cigars. "So you're all ready to sail the morn?" he said. Vane, who nodded, handed him some papers. "There's your authority to act in my name if it's required. I expect to be back before there is much change in the situation, but I'll call at Nanaimo, where you can wire me if anything turns up during the 3 days it may take us to get there. I suppose there's no use in my saying anything more now, but I can't help pointing out that, as head of the concern, You have a certain duty to the shareholders which you seem inclined to disregard," Carroll remarked. "I've no doubt their interests will be as safe in Nairn's hands as in mine," Vane rejoined. "I fail to see why you could not have let the whole thing stand over until the spring," said Nairn. "The spruce winna run away." "I'd have done so had it been a few years earlier, but the whole country is overrun with mineral prospectors and timber riders now. Every month's delay gives somebody else a chance of getting in ahead of me." "Well," said Nairn resignedly, "I can only wish ye luck, but should ye be detained up yonder, if one of ye could sail across to Comox to see if there's any mail there, it would be wise to do so." He waved his hand. "No more of that. We'll consider what tactics I had better adopt in case of delay." An hour had passed before they went down to join the guests who were arriving for the evening meal. As a rule, the Western business man, who is more or less engrossed in his occupation, except when he is asleep, enjoys little privacy, and his friends sometimes compared Nairn's dwelling to the rotunda of a hotel. The point of this was that people of all descriptions, who have nothing better to do, are addicted to strolling into the combined bazaar and lounge which is attached to many Canadian hostelries. As it happened, Vane sat next to Evelyn at table, but after a quiet reply to his first observation, she turned and talked to the man on her other side. Since the latter, who was elderly and dull, had only two topics, the most efficient means of desiccating fruit and the lack of railroad facilities, Vane was somewhat astonished that she appeared interested in his conversation, and by he tried again. He was not more successful this time, and his face grew warm as he realized that Evelyn was not inclined to talk to him. Being a very ordinary mortal, and not particularly patient, he was sensible of some indignation, which was not diminished when, on looking round, Jessie Horsfield, who sat opposite, favoured him with a compassionate smile. He took his part in the general conversation, however, and the meal was over and the guests were scattered about the adjoining rooms, when, after impatiently waiting for the opportunity, he found Evelyn alone. She was standing with one hand on a table, looking rather thoughtful. "I've come to ask what I've done," he began. Evelyn, who was not prepared for this blunt directness, felt disconcerted, but she broke into a chilly smile. "The question's rather indefinite, isn't it?" she said. "Do you expect me to be acquainted with all your recent actions? Then I'll put the thing in another way. Do you mind telling me how I have offended you?" The girl almost wished that she could do so. Appearances were badly against him, but she felt that if he declared himself innocent she could take his word in the face of overwhelming testimony to the contrary. Unfortunately, however, it was unthinkable that she should plainly state the charge. "Do you suppose I should feel warranted in forming any opinion upon your conduct?" she retorted. "But you have formed one, and it isn't favourable." The girl hesitated a moment, but she had the courage of her convictions, and she felt impelled to make some protest. "That," she said, looking him in the eyes, "is perfectly true." He looked more puzzled than guilty, and once more she chafed against the fact that she should give him no opportunity of defending himself. "Well," he said, "I'm sorry, but it brings us back to my first question." The situation was becoming painful as well as embarrassing, and Evelyn, perhaps unreasonably, grew more angry with the man. "I'm afraid," she said, You are either clever at dissembling or have no imagination." Vane held himself in hand with an effort. "I dare say you're right on the latter point," he informed her. "It's a fact I'm sometimes thankful for. It leaves one more free to go straight ahead. Now, as I see the dried fruit man coming in search of you, and you evidently don't mean to answer me, I can't urge the matter." He turned away and left her wondering why he had abandoned his usual persistency, unless it was that an uneasy conscience had driven him from the field. It did not occur to her that the man had, under strong provocation, merely yielded to the prompting of a somewhat hasty temper. In the meanwhile he crossed the room in an absent-minded manner and presently found himself near Jessie, who made room for him at her side. "It looks as if you were in disgrace tonight," she said, and waited with concealed impatience for his answer. If Evelyn had been clever or bold enough to give him a hint as to what he was suspected of, Jessie foresaw undesirable complications. "I think I am," he owned without reflection. "The trouble is, that while I may deserve it on general grounds, I'm unconscious of having done anything very reprehensible in particular." Jessie was sensible of considerable relief. The man was sore and resentful. He would not press Evelyn for an explanation, and the breach would widen. In the meanwhile she must play her cards skilfully. "Then that fact should sustain you," she rejoined. "We shall miss you after tomorrow. More than one of us. Of course it's too late to tell you that you were not altogether wise in resolving to go." "Everybody has been telling me the same thing for the last few weeks," Vane informed her. "Then I'll only wish you every success. It's a pity Bendle and the other man haven't paid up yet." She met his surprised look with an engaging smile. "You needn't be astonished. There's not very much goes on in the city that I don't hear about. You know how men talk business here. And it's interesting to look on even when one can't actually take a hand in the game. It's said the watchers sometimes see most of it. To tell the truth, it's the uncertainty as to what those two men might do that has been chiefly worrying me. I believe I understand the position. They've been hanging fire, haven't they? But I've reasons for believing they'll come to a decision before very long." Vane looked troubled. "That's interesting, but I ought to warn you that your brother—" "I've no intention of giving him away, and, as a matter of fact, I think you are a little prejudiced against him. After all, he's not your greatest danger. There's a cabal against you among your shareholders." She knew by the way he looked at her that he admired her acumen. "Yes," he agreed, "I've suspected that." "There are two courses open to you. The first is to put off your expedition." The answer was to the effect she had anticipated. "I can't do so, for several reasons." "The other is to call at Nanaimo and wait until, we'll say, next Thursday. If there's need for you to come back, I think it will arise by then. But it might be better if you called at Comox, too. After you leave the latter, you'll be unreachable." "Well, if it seems necessary, I'll send you a warning. If you hear nothing, you can go on." Vane reflected hastily. Jessie, as she had told him, had opportunities of picking up valuable information about the business done in that city, and he had confidence in her. "Thank you," he said. "It will be the second service you have done me, and I appreciate it. Anyway, I promised Nairn I'd call at Nanaimo, if there was a wire from him." "It's a bargain, and now we'll talk of something else," said Jessie, and she drew him into an exchange of badinage, until noticing that Evelyn once or twice glanced at her with some astonishment, she presently got rid of him. She could understand Evelyn's attitude, and did not wish her friendliness with the offender to appear unnatural after what she had said about him. At length the guests began to leave, but most of them had gone when Vane rose to take his departure. His host and hostess went with him to the door, but though he once or twice glanced round eagerly, there was no sign of Evelyn. He lingered a few moments on the threshold, after Mrs. Nairn had given him a kindly send-off, but nobody appeared in the lighted hall, and after another word with Nairn he went moodily down the steps to join Jessie and Carroll, who were waiting for him below. As the group walked down the garden path, Mrs. Nairn looked at her husband. "I do not know what has come over Evelyn this night," she remarked. Nairn followed Jessie's retreating figure with distrustful eyes. "Well," he said, "I'm thinking yon besom may have had a hand in the thing." Then he turned, and they went in. A few minutes later, Jessie, standing where the light of a big lamp streamed down upon her through the boughs of a leafless maple, bade Vane farewell at her brother's gate. "If my good wishes can bring you success, it will most certainly be yours," she said, and there was something in her voice which faintly stirred the man, who was feeling very sore. "Thank you," he said, and she did not immediately withdraw the hand she had given him. He was grateful to her, and thought she looked unusually pretty with the sympathy shining in her eyes. "You will not forget to wait at Nanaimo and Comox?" she went on. "No," said Vane. "If you recall me, I'll come back at once. If not, I'll go on with a lighter heart, knowing that I can safely stay away." Jessie said nothing further, and he moved on. She felt that she had scored, and she knew when to stop. The man had given her his full confidence. End of chapter 24. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 25 of The Protector by Harold Bindloss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Protector by Harold Bindloss. Chapter 25. The Intercepted Letter. The wind was fresh from the northwest when Vane drove the sloop out through the Narrows in the early dawn and saw a dim stretch of white-flecked sea in front of him. Landlocked as they are by Vancouver Island, the long roll of the Pacific cannot enter those waters. But they are now and then lashed into short, tumbling seas, sufficient to make their passage difficult for a craft no larger than the sloop. Carroll frowned when a comber struck the weather bow, and a shower of stinging spray whipped his face. "Right ahead again," he remarked. "But as I suppose you're going on, we'd better stretch straight across on the starboard tack. We'll get smoother water along the island shore." They let her go, and Vane sat at the helm, hour after hour, drenched with spray, hammering her mercilessly into the frothy seas. They could have done with a second reef down, for the deck was swept and sluicing, and most of the time the lee rail was buried deep in rushing foam. But Vane showed no intention of shortening sail. Nor did Carroll, who saw that his comrade was disturbed in temper, suggest it. Resolute action had, he knew, a soothing effect on Vane. As a matter of fact, the latter needed soothing. Of late he had felt that he was making steady progress in Evelyn's favour, and now she had most unexplainably turned against him. But, rack his brain as he would, he could not discover the reason. That he was conscious of no offense only made the position more galling. In the meanwhile, the boat engrossed more and more of his attention. It was a relief to drive her hard at some white-topped sea and watch her bows disappear in it with a thud, while it somehow eased his mind to see the smashed-up brine fly half the height of her drenched mainsail. There was also satisfaction in feeling the strain on the tiller when, swayed down by a fiercer gust, she plunged through the combers with the froth swirling, perilously close to the coaming, along her half-submerged deck. The day was cold. The man, who was compelled to sit almost still in a nipping wind, was soon wet through, but this, in some curious way, further tended to restore his accustomed optimism and good humor. He had partly recovered both, when, as the sloop drove through the whiter turmoil whipped up by a vicious squall, there was a crash forward. "Down helm!" shouted Carroll. "The bobstay's gone!" He scrambled towards the bowsprit, which, having lost its principal support, swayed upward, in peril of being torn away by the sagging jib. Vane, who first rounded up the boat into the wind, followed him, and for several minutes they had a struggle with the madly flapping sail before they flung it, bundled up, into the well. Then they ran in the bowsprit, and Vane felt glad that, although the craft had been rigged in the usual Western fashion, he had changed that by giving her a couple of headsails in place of one. "She'll trim with the staysail if we haul another reef down," he said. It cost them some labor, but they were warmer afterwards, and when they went on again, Vane glanced at the bowsprit. "We'll try to get a bit of galvanized steel in Nanaimo," he said. "I can't risk another smash." "You had better be prepared for one, if you mean to drive her as you have been doing," Carroll flung back the saloon scuttle. "You'd have swamped her in another hour or two. The cabin floorings are all awash." "Then hadn't you better pump her out?" retorted Vane. "After that you can light the stove. It's beginning to dawn on me that it's a long while since I had anything to eat." By and by they made a bountiful, if somewhat primitive, meal, in turn sitting in the dripping saloon, which was partly filled with smoke, and Carroll sighed for the comforts he had abandoned. He did not, however, mention his regrets, because he did not expect his comrade's sympathy. The craft, being under reduced sail, drove along more easily during the rest of the afternoon, and they ran into a little colliery town on the following day. There Vane replaced the broken bobstay with a solid piece of steel, and then sat down to write a letter, while Carroll stretched his cramped limbs ashore. The letter was addressed to Evelyn, and he found it difficult to express himself as he desired. The spoken word, as he had discovered, is now and then awkward to use, but the written one is more evasive still, and he shook his head ruefully over the production when he laid down his pen. This was, perhaps, unnecessary, for, having grown calm, he had framed a terse and forcible appeal to the girl's sense of justice, which would in all probability have had its effect on her had she received it. Though he hardly realized it, the few simple words were convincing. Having received no news from Nairn or Jessie, they sailed again in a day or two, bound for Comox, farther along the coast, where there was a possibility of communications overtaking them. But in the meanwhile, matters which concerned them were moving forward in Vancouver. It was rather early one afternoon when Jessie called upon a friend of hers and found her alone. Mrs. Bendle was a young and impulsive woman from one of the eastern cities, and she had not made many friends in Vancouver yet, though her husband, whom she had lately married, was a man of some importance there. "I'm glad to see you," she said, greeting Jessie eagerly. "It's a week since anybody has been in to talk to me, and Tom's away again." Jessie made herself comfortable in an easy-chair before she referred to one of her companion's remarks. "Where has Mr. Bendel gone now?" she asked. "Into the bush to look at a mine. He left this morning, and it'll be a week before he's back. Then he's going across the Selkirks with that Clavering man about some irrigation scheme." This suggested one or two questions which Jessie desired to ask, but she did not frame them immediately. "It must be dull for you," she said sympathetically. "I don't mean to complain," her companion informed her. "Tom's reasonable. The last time I said anything about being left alone, he bought me the pair of ponies." "You're fortunate in several ways. There are not a great many people who can make such presents. But while everybody knows how your husband has been successful lately, I'm a little surprised that he's able to go into Clavering's irrigation scheme. It's an expensive one, but I understand they intend to confine it to a few, which means that those interested will have to subscribe handsomely." "Tom," said her companion, "likes to have a number of different things in hand. He told me it was wiser when I said I couldn't tell my friends back East what he really is, because he seemed to be everything at once. But your brother's interested in a good many things too, isn't he?" "I believe so," answered Jessie. "Still, I'm pretty sure he couldn't afford to join Clavering and at the same time take up a big block of shares in Mr. Vane's mine." "But Tom isn't going to do the latter now." Jessie was almost startled. This was valuable information which she could scarcely have expected to obtain so easily. There was more she desired to ascertain, but she had no intention of making any obvious inquiries. "It's generally understood that Mr. Vane and your husband are on good terms," she said. "You know him, don't you?" "I've met him at one or two places, and I like him, but when I mention him, Tom smiles. He says it's unfortunate Mr. Vane can only see one thing at once, and that the one which lies right in front of his eyes. For all that, I've heard him own that the man is likable." "Then it's a pity he's unable to stand by him now." "I really believe Tom was half sorry he couldn't do so last night. He said something that suggested it. I don't understand much about these matters, but Howitson was here, talking business, until late." Jessie was satisfied. Her hostess's previous incautious admission had gone a long way, but to this was added the significant information that Bendel was inclined to be sorry for Vane. The fact that he and Howitson had decided on some joint action after a long private discussion implied that there was trouble in store for the absent man, unless he could be summoned to deal with the crisis in person. Jessie wondered if Nairn knew anything about the matter yet, and decided that she would try to sound him. In the meanwhile, she led her companion away from the subject, and they discussed millinery and such matters until she took her departure. It was early in the evening when she reached Nairn's house, which she had thought it better to arrive at a little before he came home, and was told that Mrs. Nairn and Miss Chisholm were out, but were expected back shortly. Evelyn had been by no means cordial to her since their last interview, and Mrs. Nairn's manner had been colder, but Jessie decided to wait, and for the second time that day fortune seemed to play into her hands. It was dark outside, but the entrance hall was brightly lighted, and she could see into it from where she sat. Highly trained domestics are generally scarce in the West, and the maid had left the door of the room open. By and by there was a knock at the outer door, and a young lad came in with some letters in his hand. He explained to the maid that he had been to the post office and had brought his employer's private mail. Then he withdrew, and the maid, who first laid the letters carelessly on a little table, also retired, banging a door behind her. The concussion shook down the letters, and several, fluttering forward with the sudden draught, fell near the threshold of the room. Jessie rose to replace them. When she reached the door, she stopped abruptly, for she recognized the writing on one envelope. There was no doubt it was from Vane, and she noticed that it was addressed to Miss Chisholm. Jessie picked it up, and when she had laid the others upon the table, stood with it in her hand. "Has the man no pride?" she said, half aloud. Then she looked about her, listening, greatly tempted, and considering. There was no sound in the house. Evelyn and Mrs. Nairn were out, and she was cut off from its other occupants by a closed door. Nobody would know that she had entered the hall, and if the letter were subsequently missed, it would be unlikely that any question regarding its disappearance would ever be asked. If there was no response from Evelyn, Vane, she thought, would not renew his appeal. Jessie had no doubt that the letter contained an appeal of some kind, which might lead to a reconciliation, and she knew that silence is often more potent than an outbreak of anger. She had only to destroy the letter, and the breach between these two people whom she desired to separate would widen automatically. There was little risk of detection, but standing tensely still, with set lips and her heart beating faster than usual, she shrank from the decisive action. She could still replace the letter, and look for other means of bringing about what she wished. She was self-willed and endowed with few troublesome principles, but until she had poisoned Evelyn's mind against Vane, she had never done anything flagrantly dishonorable. Then, while she waited, irresolute, a fresh temptation seized her in the shape of a burning desire to learn what the man had to say. He would reveal his feelings in the message, and she could judge the strength of her rival's influence over him. Yet she hesitated, with a half-instinctive recognition of the fact that the decision she must make was an eventful one. She had transgressed grievously in one recent interview with Evelyn, but while she had no idea of making reparation, she could, at least, stop short of a second offence. She had perhaps not gone too far yet, but if she ventured a little farther, she might be driven on against her will and become inextricably involved in an entanglement of dishonorable treachery. The issue hung in the balance, the slightest thing would have turned the scale, when she heard footsteps outside and the tinkle of a bell. Moving with a start, she slipped back into the room just before the maid opened the adjacent door. In another moment or two she thrust the envelope inside her dress, and gathered her composure as Mrs. Nairn and Evelyn entered the hall. The former approached the table and turned over the handful of letters. "2 for you from England, Evelyn, and 1 or 2 for me," she said, and, as Jessie noticed, flashed a quick glance at her companion. "Nothing else," she added. "I had thought Vane would maybe send a bit note from one of the island ports to say how he was getting on." Then Jessie rose to greet her hostess. The question was decided. It was too late to replace the letter now. She could not remember what they talked about during the next half hour, but she took her part until Nairn came in, and contrived to have a word with him before leaving. Mrs. Nairn had gone out to give some instructions about supper, and when Evelyn followed her, Jessie turned to Nairn. "Mr. Vane could be at Comox now," she said. "Have you any idea of recalling him? Of course I know a little about the Clermont affairs." Nairn glanced at her with thoughtful eyes. "I'm not acquainted with any reason that would render such a course necessary." Evelyn reappeared shortly after this, and on the whole Jessie was glad of it, but she excused herself from staying for the evening meal, and walked home thinking hard. It was needful that Vane should be recalled, and though he had written to Evelyn, she still meant to send him word. He would be grateful to her, and indignant and wounded as she was, She would not own herself beaten. She would warn the man, and afterwards perhaps allow Nairn to send him a second message. On reaching her brother's house, she went straight to her own room and tore open the envelope. The color receded from her face as she read, and sinking into a chair, she sat still with hands clenched. The message was terse, but it was stirringly candid, and even where the man did not fully reveal his feelings in his words, she could read between the lines. There was no doubt that he had given his heart unreservedly into her rival's keeping. For a while she sat still, and then, stooping swiftly, seized the letter, which she had dropped, and rent it into fragments. Her eyes had grown hard and cruel. Love of the only kind she was capable of had suddenly turned to hate. What was more, it was a hate that could be gratified. A little later Horsfield came in, and though she was very composed now, she noticed that he looked at her in an unusual manner once or twice during the meal that followed. "You make me feel you have something on your mind," she said at length. "That's a fact," Horsfield confessed. The man was attached to and rather proud of his sister. "Well?" Horsfield leaned forward confidentially. "See here," he said, "I've always imagined that you would go far, and I'm anxious to see you do so. I wouldn't like you to throw yourself away." His sister could take a hint, but there was information she desired, and the man was speaking with unusual reserve. "Oh," she said, with a slight show of impatience, "you must be plainer." "Then you have seen a good deal of Vane, and in case you have any hankering after his scalp, I think I'd better mention that there's reason to believe he won't be worth powder and shot before very long." "Ah," said Jessie, with a calmness which was difficult to assume, "you may as well understand that there is nothing between Vane and me. I suppose you mean that Howitson and Bendel are turning against him?" "Something like that," Horsfield agreed in a tone which implied that her answer had afforded him relief. "The man has trouble in front of him." Jessie changed the subject. What she had gathered from Mrs. Bendel was fully confirmed, but she had made up her mind. Evelyn's lover might wait for the warning which could save him, but he should wait in vain. End of chapter 25. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 26 of The Protector by Harold Bindloss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Protector by Harold Bindloss. Chapter 26. On the Trail. It was a long, wet sail up the coast with the wind ahead, and Carroll was content when, on reaching Comox, Vane announced his intention of stopping there until the mail came in. Immediately after its arrival, Carroll went ashore and came back empty-handed. "Nothing," he said. "Personally, I'm pleased. Nairn could have advised us here if there had been any striking developments since we left the last place." "I wasn't expecting to hear from him," Vane replied. Carroll read keen disappointment in his face, and was not surprised, although the absence of any message meant that it was safe for them to go on with their project, which should have afforded his companion satisfaction. They got off shortly afterwards and stood out to the northwards. Most of that day and the next two they drifted with the tides through narrowing waters, though now and then for a few hours they were wafted on by light and fickle winds. At length they crept into the inlet where they had landed on the previous voyage, and on the morning after their arrival set out on the march. There was on this occasion reason to expect more rigorous weather, and the load each carried was an almost crushing one. Where the trees were thinner, the ground was frozen hard, and even in the densest bush the undergrowth was white and stiff with frost, while when they could see aloft through some chance opening, a forbidding gray sky hung over them. On approaching the rift in the hillside which he had glanced at when they first passed that way, Vane stopped a moment. "I looked into that place before, but it didn't seem worth while to follow it up," he said. "If you'll wait, I'll go a little farther along it." Though the air was nipping, Carroll, who was breathless, was content to remain where he was, and he spent some time sitting upon a log before a faint shout reached him. Then he rose, and making his way up the hollow, found his comrade standing upon a jutting ledge. "I thought you were never coming," the latter remarked. "Climb up, I've something to show you." Carroll joined him with difficulty, and Vane stretched out his hand. "Look yonder," he said. Carroll looked and started. They stood in a rocky gateway with a river brawling down the chasm beneath them, but a valley opened up in front. Filled with somber forest, it ran back almost straight between stupendous walls of hills. "It answers Hartley's description," he said. "After all, I don't think it's extraordinary we should have taken so much trouble to push on past the right place." "How's that?" Vane demanded. Carroll sat down and filled his pipe. "It's the natural result of possessing a temperament like yours. Somehow you've got it firmly fixed into your mind that everything worth doing must be hard." "I've generally found it so." "I think," said Carroll, grinning, "you've generally made it so. There's a marked difference between the two. If any means of doing a thing looks easy, you at once conclude it can't be the right way, which is a mode of reasoning that has never convinced me. In my opinion, it's more sensible to try the easiest method first." "As a rule, that leads to your having to fall back upon the other one, and a frontal attack on a difficulty's often quicker than considering how you can work round its flank. In this case, I'll own we have wasted a lot of time and taken a good deal of trouble that might have been avoided. But are you going to sit here and smoke?" "Until I've finished my pipe," Carroll answered. "I expect we'll find tobacco, among other things, getting pretty scarce before this expedition ends." He carried out his intention, and they afterwards pushed on up the valley during the rest of the day. It grew more level as they proceeded, and in spite of the frost, which bound the feeding snows, there was a steady flow of water down the river, which was free from rocky barriers. Vane, who now and then glanced at the latter attentively, stopped when dusk was drawing near, and fixed his gaze on the long ranks of trees that stretched away in front of him. Fretted spires of somber greenery lifted high above a colonnade of mighty trunks. "Does anything in connection with this bush strike you?" he asked. "Its stiffness, if that's what you mean," Carroll suggested, smiling. "These big conifers look as if they'd been carved. They're impressive, in a way, but they're too artificial." "That's not what I mean," Vane informed him impatiently. "To tell the truth," said Carroll, "I didn't suppose it was. Anyway, these trees aren't spruce. They're red cedar, the stuff they make the roofing shingles of." "Precisely. Just now shingles are in good demand in the province, and with the wooden towns springing up on the prairie, Western millers can hardly send roofing materials across the Rockies fast enough. Besides this, I haven't struck a creek more adapted for running logs down, and the last sharp drop to tidewater would give power for a mill. I'm only puzzled that none of the timber lease prospectors has recorded the place." "That's easy to understand," said Carroll. "Like you, they'd no doubt first searched the most difficult spots to get at." They went on in another minute, and pitched their light tent beside the creek when darkness fell. "By the by, I thought you were disappointed when you got no mail at Comox," Carroll remarked at length, feeling that he was making something of a venture. "I was," said Vane. This was not encouraging, but Carroll persisted. "That's strange, because your hearing nothing from Nairn left you free to go ahead, which one would suppose was what you wanted." Vane, as it happened, was in a confidential mood. Though usually averse from sharing his troubles, he felt he needed sympathy. "I'd better confess, I wrote Miss Chisholm a few lines from Nanaimo." "Ah," said Carroll softly, "and she didn't answer you. Now I couldn't well help noticing that you were rather in her bad graces that night at Nairn's. No doubt you're acquainted with the reason?" "I'm not," Vane replied. "That's just the trouble." Carroll reflected. He had an idea that Miss Horsfield was somehow connected with the matter, but this was a suspicion he could not mention. "Well," he said, "as I pointed out, you're addicted to taking the hardest way. When we came up here before, you marched past this valley, chiefly because it was close at hand. But I don't want to dwell on that. Has it occurred to you that you did something of the same kind when you were at the Dene? The way that was then offered you was easy." "This is not the kind of subject one cares to talk about. But you ought to know I couldn't allow them to force Miss Chisholm upon me against her will. It was unthinkable. Besides, looking at it in the most cold-blooded manner, it would have been foolishness, for which we'd both have to pay afterwards." "I'm not so sure of that," said Carroll thoughtfully. "There were the Sabine women among other instances. Didn't they cut off their hair to make bowstrings for their abductors?" His companion made no answer, and Carroll, deciding that he had ventured as far as was prudent, talked of something else until they crept into the little tent, and soon afterwards they fell asleep. They started with the first of the daylight next morning, but the timber grew denser and more choked with underbrush as they proceeded, and for several days they wearily struggled through it and the clogging masses of tangled, withered fern. Besides this, they were forced to clamber over fallen trunks when the ragged ends of the snapped-off branches caught their loads. Their shoulders ached, their boots were ripped, their feet were badly galled, but they held on stubbornly, plunging deeper into the mountains all the while. Soon after setting out one morning, they climbed a clearer hillside to look about them. High up ahead, the crest of the White Range gleamed dazzlingly against leaden cloud in a burst of sunshine. Below, dark forest, still wrapped in gloom, filled all the valley, and in between, on the middle slopes, a belt of timber touched by the light shone with a curious silvery luster. Though it was some distance off, probably a day's journey, allowing for the difficulty of the march, Vane gazed at it earnestly. The trees were bare, there was no doubt of that, for the dwindling ranks, diminished by the distance, stood out against the snow-streaked rock like rows of rather thick needles set upright. Their straightness, and the way they glistened, suggested the resemblance. "Ominous, isn't it?" Carroll said at length. "If this is the valley Hartley came down, and everything points to that, we should be getting near the spruce." Vane's eyes grew set. "Yes," he agreed. "There has been a big fire up yonder, but whether it has swept the lower ground or not is more than I can tell. We'll find out early tomorrow." End of chapter 26. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 27 of The Protector by Harold Bindloss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Protector by Harold Bindloss. Chapter 27. The End of the Search. The two men made a hurried breakfast in the cold dawn, and not long afterwards they were struggling through thick timber, when the light suddenly grew a little clearer. Carroll remarked upon the fact, and Vane's face hardened. "We're either coming to a swamp, or the track the fire has swept is close in front," the latter said. A thicket lay before him, but he smashed savagely through the midst of it, the undergrowth snapping and crackling about his limbs. Then there was a network of tangled branches to be crossed, and afterwards, reaching slightly clearer ground, he broke into a run. 3 or 4 minutes later he stopped, breathless and ragged, with his rent boots scarcely clinging to his feet, and Carroll, who came up with him, gazed eagerly about. The living forest rose behind them, an almost unbroken wall, but ahead the trees ran up in detached and blackened spires. Their branches had vanished. Every cluster of somber green needles and delicate spray had gone. The great rampikes, as they were called, looked like shafts of charcoal. About their feet lay crumbling masses of calcined wood, which grew more and more numerous where there were open spaces farther on, and then the bare, black columns ran on again, up the valley and the steep hill benches on either hand. It was a weird scene of desolation, impressive to the point of being appalling in its suggestiveness of widespread ruin. For the space of a minute the men gazed at it, and then Vane, stretching out his hand, pointed to a snow-sheeted hill. "That's the peak Hartley mentioned," he said in a voice which was strangely incisive. "Give me the axe." He took it from his comrade and, striding forward, attacked the nearest rampike. Twice the keen blade sank noiselessly overhead, scattering a black dust in the frosty air, and then there was a clear, ringing thud. After that Vane smote on with a determined methodical swiftness, until Carroll grabbed his shoulder. "Look out!" he cried. "It's going!" Vane stepped back a few paces. The trunk reeled and rushed downwards. There was a deafening crash, and they were enveloped in a cloud of gritty dust. Through the midst of it they dimly saw 2 more great trunks collapse, and then somewhere up the valley a series of thundering shocks, which both knew were not echoes, broke out. The sound jarred upon Carroll's nerves, as the thud of the felled rampike had not done, but Vane picked up one of the chips and handed it to him. "We have found Hartley's spruce," he said. Carroll did not answer for a minute. After all, when defeat must be faced, there was very little to be said, though his companion's expression troubled him. Its grim stolidity was portentous. "I suppose," he remarked at length, "nothing could be done with it?" Vane pointed to the butt of the tree, which showed a space of clean wood surrounded by a blackened rim. "You can't make marketable pulp of charcoal, and the price would have to run pretty high before it would pay for ripping most of the log away to get at the residue," he answered harshly. "But there may be some unburned spruce farther on," Carroll urged. "It's possible," said Vane. "I'm going to find out." This was a logical determination, but in spite of his recent suggestion, Carroll realized that he would have abandoned the search there and then had the choice been left to him, in which he did not think he was singular. After all they had undergone, the shock of the disappointment was severe. He could have faced a failure to locate the spruce with some degree of philosophical calm, but to find it at last useless was very much worse. But he did not expect his companion to turn back yet. Before he desisted, Vane would seek for and examine every unburned tree. What was more, Carroll, who thought the search could serve no purpose, would have to accompany him. Then the latter noticed that Vane was waiting for him to speak, and he decided that this was a situation which he had better endeavor to treat lightly. "I think I'll have a smoke," he said. "I'm afraid any remarks I could make wouldn't do justice to the occasion. Language has its limits." He sat down on the charred log and took out his pipe before he proceeded. "A brûlée's not a nice place to wander about in when there's any wind, and I've an idea there's some coming, though it's quiet now." Shut in as they were in the deep hollow with the towering snows above them, it was impressively still, and in conjunction with the sight of the black desolation the deep silence reacted upon Carroll's nerves. He longed to escape from it, to make a noise, though this, if done unguardedly, might bring more of the rampikes thundering down. He could hear tiny flakes of charcoal falling from them, and though the fire had long gone out, a faint and curious crackling, as if the dead embers were stirring. He wondered if this were some effect of the frost. It struck him as disturbing and weird. "We'll work right around the brûlée," said Vane. "Then I suppose we had better head back for Vancouver, though we'll look at that cedar as we go down. Something might be made of it. I'm not sure we've thrown our time away." "You wouldn't be sure of such a thing," said Carroll. "It isn't in you." Vane disregarded this. A new constructive policy was already springing up out of the wreck of his previous plans. "There's a good mill site on the inlet, but as it's a long way from the railroad, we'll have to determine whether it would be cheaper to tow the logs down or split them up on the spot," he went on. "I'll talk it over with Drayton. He'll no doubt be useful, and there's no reason why he shouldn't earn his share." "Do you believe the arrangement you made with Hartley applies to the cedar?" "Of course," said Vane. "I don't know that the other parties could insist upon the original terms. We can discuss that later. But though it may be modified, the arrangement stands." His companion considered the matter dispassionately, as an abstract proposition. Here was a man who, in return for certain information respecting the whereabouts of a marketable commodity, had undertaken to find and share it with his informant. The commodity had proved to be valueless, but during the search for it he had incidentally discovered something else. Was he under any obligation to share the latter with his informant's heirs? Carroll decided that the question could only be answered in the negative, but he had no intention of disputing his comrade's point of view. In the first place, this would probably only make Vane more determined or ruffle his temper, and in the second, Carroll, who felt very dubious about the prospect of working the cedar profitably, was neither a covetous nor an ambitious person, which was perhaps, on the whole, fortunate for him. Vane, as his partner realized, was ambitious, but in place of aspiring after wealth or social prominence, the latter of which had indeed of late began to pall on him, his was a different aim: to rend the hidden minerals from the hills, to turn forests into dressed lumber, to make something grow. Dollars are often, though not always, made that way. But while he affected no contempt for them, in Vane's case their acquisition was undoubtedly not the end. Fortunately, he was not altogether singular in this respect. When he next spoke, there was, however, no hint of altruistic sentiment in his curt inquiry. "Are you going to sit there until you freeze?" Carroll got up, and they spent the rest of the day plodding through the brûlée, with the result that when darkness fell, Vane had abandoned all idea of working the spruce. Next morning they set out for the inlet, and one afternoon during the journey they came upon several fallen logs lying athwart each other, with their branches spread in a horrible tangle between. Vane proceeded to walk along one log, which was tilted up several yards above the ground, balancing himself carefully upon the rounded surface, and Carroll followed until the end of a broken branch, which he evidently had not noticed, caught in the leader's clothes. Next moment there was a sharp snapping, and Vane plunged down into the tangle beneath, while Carroll stood still and laughed. It was not an uncommon accident. Vane, however, did not reappear, nor was there any movement among the half-rotten boughs and withered sprays, and Carroll, moving forward hastily, looked down into the hole. He was disagreeably surprised to see his comrade lying, rather white in face, upon his side. "I'm afraid you'll have to chop me out," he said, and his voice was hoarse. "Get to work. I can't move my leg." Moving farther along the log, Carroll dropped to the ground, which was less encumbered there, and spent the next quarter of an hour hewing a passage to his comrade. Then, as he stood beside him, hot and panting, Vane looked up. "It's my lower leg, the left," he said. "Bone's broken. I felt it snap." Carroll turned from him for a moment in consternation. Looking out between the branches, he could see the lonely hills tower, pitilessly white, against the blue of the frosty sky, and the rigid firs running back as far as his vision reached upon their lower slopes. There was no touch of life in all the picture. Everything was silent and motionless, and its desolation came near to appalling him. When he looked round again, Vane smiled wryly. "If this had happened farther north, it would have been the end of me," he said. "As it is, it's awkward." The word struck Carroll as singularly inadequate, but he made an effort to gather his courage when his companion broke off with a groan of pain. "It's lucky we helped that doctor when he set Pete's leg at Bryant's mill," he said. "Can you wait a few minutes?" Vane's face was beaded with damp now, but he tried to smile. "It strikes me," he answered, "I'll have to wait a mighty long time." Carroll turned and left him. He was afraid to stand still and think, but action was a relief. It was some time before he returned with several strips of fabric cut from the tent curtain, and the neatest splints he could extemporize from slabs of stripped off bark, and the next half hour was a trying one to both of them. Sometimes Vane assisted him with suggestions, once he reviled his clumsiness, and sometimes he lay silent with his face awry and his lips tight set. But at length it was done, and Carroll stood up, breathing hard. "I'll fasten you on to a couple of skids and pull you out," he said. "Then I'll make camp." He managed it with difficulty, pitched the tent above Vane, whom he covered with their blankets, and made a fire outside. "Are you comfortable now?" he inquired. Vane looked up at him with a somewhat ghastly grin. "I suppose I'm about as comfortable as could be expected. Anyhow, I've got to get used to the thing. 6 weeks is the shortest limit, isn't it?" Carroll confessed that he did not know, and presently Vane resumed: "It's lucky that the winters aren't often very cold so near the coast." The temperature struck Carroll as low enough, but he made no answer. To his disgust he could think of no cheering observation, for there was no doubt that the situation was serious. They were cut off from the sloop by leagues of tangled forest, which a vigorous man would find it difficult to traverse, and it would be weeks before Vane could use his leg. No human assistance could be looked for, and they had only a small quantity of provisions left. Besides this, it would not be easy to keep the sufferer warm in rigorous weather. "I'll make supper. You'll feel better afterwards," he said at length. "Then don't be too liberal," Vane warned him. The latter fell into a restless doze after the meal, and it was dark when he opened his eyes again. "I can't sleep any more, and we may as well talk. There are things to be arranged," he said. "In the first place, as soon as I feel a little easier, you'll have to sail across to Comox and hire some men to pack me out. When you've sent them off, you'll make for Vancouver, and get a timber license, and find out how matters are going on." "That," said Carroll firmly, "is out of the question. Nairn can look after our mining interests, he's a capable man, and if the thing's too much for him they can go to smash. Besides, they won't give you a timber license without full particulars of area and limits, and we've blazed no boundaries. Anyhow, I'm staying right here." Vane began to protest, but Carroll raised his hand. "Argument's not conducive to recovery. You're on your back, unfortunately, and I'll give way to you, as usual, as soon as you're on your feet again, but not before." "I'd better point out that we'll both be hungry by then. The provisions won't last long." "Then I'll look for a deer as soon as I think you can be left. And now we'll try to talk of something more amusing." "Can you see anything humorous in the situation?" "I can't," Carroll confessed. "Still, there may be something of that description which I haven't noticed yet. By the way, the last time we were at Nairn's, I happened to cross the room near where you and Miss Horsfield were sitting, and I heard her ask you to wait for something at Nanaimo or Comox. I thought it curious." "She told me to wait, so she could send me word to come back, if it was needful." "Ah," said Carroll. "I won't ask why she was willing to do so. It concerns you more than me, but I fancy that as regards your interests in the Clermont a warning from her would be worth as much as one from Nairn. That is, if she could be depended on." "Have you any doubt upon the subject?" "Don't get angry. Perhaps I've talked too much. We have to think of your injury." "I'm not likely to forget it," Vane informed him. "But I dare say you're right in one respect. As an amusing companion you're a dead failure, and talking isn't as easy as I imagined." He lay silent afterwards, and, though he had disclaimed any desire for sleep, worn by the march and pain as he was, his eyes presently closed. Carroll, however, sat long awake, and afterwards admitted that he felt badly afraid. Deer are by no means numerous in some parts of the bush. They had not seen one during the journey, and though there was a little food left on board her, it was a long way to the sloop. Once or twice, for no obvious reason, he drew aside the tent flap and looked out. The sky was cloudless and darkly blue, and a sickle moon gleamed in it, keen and clear with frost. Below, the hills were washed in silver, majestic, but utterly cheerless. And lower still, the serrated tops of the rigid firs cut against the dreary whiteness. After each glimpse of them, Carroll drew his blanket tighter round him with a shiver. Very shortly, when the little flour and pork were gone, and their few cartridges had been expended, he would be reduced to the condition of primitive man. Cut off from all other resources, he must then wrest what means of subsistence he could from the snowy wilderness by brute strength and cunning, and such instruments as he could make with his unassisted hands, except that an axe of Pennsylvania steel was better than a stone one. Civilization has its compensations, and Carroll longed for a few more of them that night. On rising next morning, he found the frost keener, and he spent the day, and a number of those that followed, in growing anxiety, which was only temporarily lessened when he once succeeded in killing a deer. There was almost a dearth of animal life in the lonely valley. Sometimes, at first, Vane was feverish. Often he was irritable, and the recollection of the 3 or 4 weeks he spent with him afterwards haunted Carroll like a nightmare. At last, when he had spent several days in vain search for a deer and the provisions were almost exhausted, he and his companion held a council of emergency. "There's no use in arguing," Vane declared. "You'll rig me a shelter of green boughs outside the tent, and close to the fire. I can move from the waist upwards, and, if it's necessary, drag myself with my hands. Then you can chop enough cordwood to last a while, cook my share of the eatables, and leave me while you go down to the sloop. There's half a bag of flour and a few other things I'd be uncommonly glad of on board her." Carroll expostulated, but it was evident that his companion was right, and next morning he started for the inlet, taking with him the smallest possible portion of their provisions. So long as he had enough to keep him from fainting on the way, it was all he required, because he could renew his stores on board the boat. The weather broke during the march, driving snow followed him down the valley, and by gave place to bitter rain. The withered underbrush was saturated, the soil was soddened with melting snow, and after the first scanty meal or two he dare risk no delay. He felt himself flagging from insufficient food, and it was obvious that he must reach the sloop before he broke down. He had tobacco, but that failed to stay the gnawing pains, and before the march was done he was on the verge of exhaustion, forcing himself onward, drenched, and grim of face, scarcely able to keep upon his bleeding feet. It was falling dusk and blowing fresh when he limped down the beach, and with a last effort launched the light dinghy and pulled off to the sloop. She rode rather deep in the water, but that did not trouble him. Most wooden craft leak more or less, and it was a considerable time since he had pumped her out. Clambering wearily on board, he made the dinghy fast, and then stood still a moment or two, looking about him with his hand on the cabin side. Thin flakes of snow drifted past him, the firs were rustling eerily ashore, and ragged wisps of cloud drove by low down above their tops. Little frothy ripples flecked the darkening water with streaks of white, and splashed angrily against the bows of the craft. The prospect was oppressively dreary, and the worn-out man was glad that he was at last in shelter and could snatch a few hours' rest. Thrusting back the slide, he stepped below and lighted the lamp. The brightening glow showed him that the boat's starboard side was wet high up, and though there was a good deal of water in her, this puzzled him, until an explanation suggested itself. They had moored the craft carefully, but he supposed she must have dragged her anchor or kedge and swung in near enough the shore to ground towards low tide. Then, as the tide left her, she would fall over on her starboard bilge, because they had lashed the heavy boom down on that side, and the water in her would cover the depressed portion of her interior. This reasoning was probably correct, but he did not foresee the result until, after lighting the stove and putting on the kettle, he opened the provision locker, which was to starboard. Then he saw, with a shock of dismay, that the stock of food they had counted on was ruined. The periodically submerged flour bag had rotted and burst, and most of its contents had run out into the water as the boat righted with the rising tide. The prepared cereals, purchased to save cooking, had turned to moldy pulp, and the few other stores were in much the same condition. There were only 2 sound cans of beef, and a few ounces of unspoiled tea in a canister. Carroll's courage failed him as he realized it, but he felt that he must eat and sleep before he could grapple with the situation. He would allow himself a meal and a few hours' rest, and crawling out while the kettle boiled, he shortened in the cable and plied the pump. Then he went below and feasted on preserved beef and tea, gauging the size of each slice with anxious care, until he reluctantly laid the can aside. After that he filled his pipe, and stretching out his aching limbs on the port locker, which was comparatively dry, soon sank into heavy sleep. End of chapter 27. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 28 of The Protector by Harold Bindloss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Protector by Harold Bindloss. Chapter 28. Carroll Seeks Help. Carroll slept for several hours before he awakened and sat up on the locker, shivering. He had left the hatch slightly open, and a confused uproar reached him from outside, the wail of wind-tossed trees, the furious splash of ripples against the bows, and the drumming of the halyards upon the mast. There was no doubt that it was blowing hard, but the wind was off the land and the sloop in shelter. Filling his pipe, he set himself to think, and promptly decided that it would have been better had he gone down to the sloop in the beginning, before the provisions had been spoiled, instead of in the end. Reluctance to leave his helpless companion had mainly prevented him from doing this, but he had also been encouraged by the possibility of obtaining a deer now and then. It was clear that he had made a mistake in remaining, but it was not the first time he had done so, and the point was unimportant. The burning question was, what must he do now? It would obviously be useless to go back with rations that would barely suffice for the march. Vane still had food enough to keep life in one man for a little while. On the other hand, it would not be a long sail to Comox with a strong northerly wind, and if the sloop would face the sea that was running, he might return with assistance before his comrade's scanty store was exhausted. Getting out the mildewed chart, he laid off his course, carefully trimmed and lighted the binnacle lamp, and going up on deck, hauled in the kedge anchor. He could not break the main one out, though he worked savagely with a tackle, and deciding to slip it, he managed to lash 3 reefs in the mainsail and hoist it with the peak left down. Then he sat down to gather breath, for the work had been cruelly heavy, before he let the cable run and hoisted the jib. She paid off when he put up his helm, and the black loom of trees ashore vanished. He thought he could find his way out of the inlet, but he only knew that he had done so when the angry ripples that splashed about the boat suddenly changed to confused tumbling combers. They foamed up in swift succession on her quarter, but he fancied she would withstand their onslaught, so long as he could prevent her from screwing up to windward when she lifted. It would need constant care, and if he failed, the next comber would, no doubt, break on board. His task was one that would have taxed the vigilance of a strong, well-fed man, and Carroll had already nearly reached the limit of his powers. His case, however, was by no means an unusual one. The cost of the subjugation of the wilderness is the endurance of hunger and thirst, cold and crushing fatigue, and somebody pays to the uttermost farthing. Carroll, sitting drenched, strung up, and hungry, at the helm, was merely playing his part in the struggle, though he found it cruelly hard. It was pitch dark, but he must gaze ahead and guess the track of the pursuing seas by the angle of the spouting white ridge abreast of the weather shrouds. He had a compass, but when his course did not coincide with safety it must be disregarded. The one essential thing was to keep the sloop on top, and to do so he had frequently to let her fall off dead before the mad white combers that leaped out of the dark. By and by his arms began to ache from the strain of the tiller, and his wet fingers grew stiff and claw-like. The nervous strain was also telling, but that could not be helped. He must keep the craft before the sea or go down with her. There was one consolation: she was traveling at a furious speed. At length morning broke over a leaden sea that was seamed with white, and he glanced longer at the meat can on the locker near his feet. He could reach it by stooping, though he dare not leave the helm, but he determined to wait until noon before he broke his fast again. It could not be very far to Comox, but the wind might drop. Then he began to wonder how he had escaped the perils of the night. He had come down what was really a wide and not quite straight sound passing several unlighted islands. Before starting, he had decided that he would run so long and then change his course a point or two, but he could not be sure that he had done so. He had a hazy recollection of seeing surf, and once a faint loom of land, but he supposed he had avoided it half-consciously, or that chance had favored him. In the afternoon the wind changed a little, backing to the northwest, the sky grew brighter, and he made out shadowy land over his starboard quarter. By and by he recognized it with a start. It was the high ridge north of Comox, and as he had run farther than he had expected, he must try to hoist the peak of the mainsail and haul her on the wind. There was danger in rounding her up, but it must be faced, though a sea foamed across her as he put down his helm. Another followed, but he scrambled forward and struggled desperately to hoist the down-hanging gaff. The halyards were swollen. He could scarcely keep his footing on the deluged deck that slanted steeply under him. He thought he could have mastered the banging canvas had he been fresh, but, worn out as he was, drenched with spray, and buffeted by the shattered tops of the seas, the task was beyond his power. Giving it up, he staggered back, breathless and almost nerveless, to the helm. He could not reach Comox, which lay to windward, with the sail half set, but it was only 70 miles or thereabouts to Nanaimo, and not very much farther to Vancouver. The breeze would be fair to either, and he could charter a launch or tug for the return journey. Letting her go before the sea again, he ate some canned meat ravenously, tearing it with one hand. Shortly afterwards a gray mass rose out of the water to port, and he supposed it was Texada. There were mines on the island, and he might be able to engage a rescue party, but he reflected that he could not beat the sloop back to windward unless the breeze fell, which it showed no signs of doing. It would be more prudent to go on to Vancouver, where he would be sure of getting a steamer, but he closed with the Long Island a little, and dusk was falling when he made out a boat in the partial shelter of a bight. Standing in closer, he saw that there were 2 men in the craft, and driving down upon her he backed the jib and ran alongside. There was a crash as he struck the boat, and an astonished and angry man clutched the sloop's rail. "Now what in the name of thunder," he began, and stopped, struck by Carroll's ragged appearance. "Can you take this sloop to Vancouver?" the latter inquired. "I could if it was worth while," was the cautious answer. "It will be a mighty wet run." $7 a day, until you're home again," said Carroll. "A bonus if you can sail her with the whole reefed mainsail up. I won't stick at a few dollars. Can your partner pull that boat ashore alone? If not, cast her adrift. I'll buy her." "He'll make the beach," said the other, jumping on board. $7 sounds a square deal. I won't put the screw on you." "Then help me hoist the peak," Carroll bade him. "After that you can take the helm. I'm played out." The man, who shouted something to his companion, seized the halyards, and the sloop drove on again furiously, with an increased spread of canvas, while Carroll stood holding on by the coaming while the boat dropped back. "I'll leave you to it," he informed the new helmsman. "It's 24 hours since I've had more than a bite or two of food, and some weeks since I had a decent meal." "You look like it," the other informed him. "Been up against it somewhere?" Carroll, who did not reply, crawled below and managed to light the stove and make a kettleful of tea. He drank a good deal of it, and nearly emptied the remaining small meat can, which he presently held out for his companion's inspection, standing beneath the hatch. "There's some tea left, but this is all there is to eat on board the craft," he said. "You're hired to take her to Vancouver, and you'd better get there as soon as you can." The bronzed helmsman nodded. "She won't be long on the way if the mast holds up." "Have you seen any papers lately?" Carroll inquired. "I've been up in the bush, and I'm interested in the Clermont mine. It looked as if there might be some changes in the company's prospects when I went away." "I noticed a bit about it in the Colonist a while back," was the answer. "They sold out to another concern, or amalgamated with it, I don't remember which." Carroll was not astonished. The news, which implied that he must be prepared to face a more or less serious financial reserve, struck him as a fitting climax to his misadventures. "It's pretty much what I expected, and I'm going to sleep," he said. "I don't want to be wakened before it's necessary." He crawled below, and he had hardly stretched himself out upon the locker before his eyes closed. When he opened them, feeling more like his usual self, he saw that the sun was above the horizon, and recognized by the boat's motion that the wind had fallen. Going out, he found her driving through the water under her whole mainsail, and the helmsman sitting stolidly at the tiller. The man stretched out a hand and pointed to the hazy hills to port. "We'll fetch the Narrows some time before noon," he said. "If you'll take the helm, I guess we'll have that meat for breakfast." His prediction proved correct, for Carroll reached his hotel about midday, and hastily changing his clothes, set off to call on Nairn. He had not recovered his mental equipoise, and in spite of his long, sound sleep, he was still badly jaded physically. On arriving at the house, he was shown into a room where Mrs. Nairn and her husband were sitting with Evelyn, waiting for the midday meal. The elder lady rose with a start of astonishment when he walked in. "Man," she said, "what's wrong? You're looking like a ghost." It was not an inapt description. Carroll's face was worn and haggard, and his clothes hung slack on him. "I've been feeling rather unsubstantial of late, as the result of a restricted diet," he answered with a smile, and sat down in the nearest chair, while Nairn regarded him with carefully suppressed curiosity. "Ye're ower lang in coming," he remarked. "Where did you leave your partner?" Carroll sat silent a moment or two, his eyes fixed on Evelyn. It was evident that his sudden appearance unaccompanied by Vane, which he felt had been undesirably dramatic, had alarmed her. At first he felt compassionate, and then he was suddenly possessed by hot indignation. This girl, with her narrow prudish notions and cold-blooded nature, had presumed to condemn his comrade, unheard, for an imaginary offence. The thing was at once ludicrous and intolerable. If his news brought her dismay, let her suffer. His nerves, it must be remembered, were not in their normal condition. "Yes," he said in answer to his host's first remark, "I've gathered that we have failed to save the situation. But I don't know exactly what has happened. You had better tell me." Mrs. Nairn made a sign of protest, but her husband glanced at her restrainingly. "You will hear his news in good time," he informed her, and turned to Carroll. "In a few words, the capital was not subscribed. It leaked out that the ore was running poor, and we held an emergency meeting. With Vane away, I could put no confidence into the shareholders. They were anxious to get from under, and Horsfield brought forward an amalgamation scheme. His friends would take the property over on their valuation. I and a few others were outvoted. The scheme went through, and when the announcement steadied the stock, which had been tumbling down, I exercised the authority given me and sold your shares and Vane's at considerably less than their face value. You can have particulars later. What I have to ask now is, where is Vane?" The man's voice grew sharp. The question was flung out like an accusation, but Carroll still looked at Evelyn. He felt very bitter against her. "I left him in the bush with no more than a few days' provisions and a broken leg," he said. Then, in spite of Evelyn's efforts to retain her composure, her face blanched, and Carroll's anger vanished, because the truth was clear. Vane had triumphed through disaster. His peril and ruin had swept his offences away. The girl, who had condemned him in his prosperity, would not turn away from him in misfortune. In the meanwhile, the others sat silent, gazing at the bearer of evil news, until he spoke again. "I want a tug to take me back at once, if she can be got," he said. "I'll pick up a few men along the waterfront." Nairn rose and went out of the room. The tinkle of a telephone bell reached those who remained, and he came back a minute or two later. "I've sent Whitney round," he announced. "He'll come across if there's a boat to be had, and now you looks as if you needed lunch." "It's several weeks since I had one," said Carroll with a smile. The meal was brought in, but for a while he talked as well as ate, relating his adventures in somewhat disjointed fragments, while the rest sat listening. He was also pleased to notice something which suggested returning confidence in him in Evelyn's intent eyes as the tale proceeded. When at last he had made the matter clear, he added, "If I keep you waiting, you'll excuse me." His hostess watched his subsequent efforts with candid approval, and, looking up once or twice, he saw sympathy in the girl's face, instead of the astonishment or disgust he had half expected. When he had finished, his hostess rose and Carroll stood up, but Nairn signed to him to resume his place. "I'm thinking you'd better sit down a while and smoke," he said. Carroll was glad to do so, and he and Nairn conferred together, until the latter was called to the telephone. "You can have the Broderick boat at noon tomorrow," he said on his return. "That won't do," Carroll objected heavily. "Send Whitney round again. I must sail tonight." He had some difficulty in getting out the words, and when he rose his eyes were half closed. Walking unsteadily, he crossed the room and sank into a big lounge. "I think," he resumed, "if you don't mind, I'll go to sleep." Nairn merely nodded, and when, after sitting silent a minute or two, he went softly out, the worn-out man was already wrapped in profound slumber. As it happened, Nairn received another call by telephone, and left in haste for his office, without speaking to his wife, with the result that the latter and Evelyn, returning to the room by and by in search of Carroll, found him lying still. The elder lady raised her hand in warning as she bent over the sleeper, and then, taking up a light rug, spread it gently over him. Evelyn, too, was stirred to sudden pity, for the man's attitude was eloquent of exhaustion. They withdrew gently, and had reached the corridor when Mrs. Nairn turned to the girl. "When he first came in, you blamed that man for deserting his partner," she said. Evelyn confessed it, and her hostess smiled meaningly. "Are you not rather ready to blame?" "I'm afraid I am," said Evelyn, with the color creeping into her face, as she remembered an instance in which she had condemned another person hastily. "In this case," said her companion, "you were very foolish. The man came down for help, and if he could not get it, he would go back his lone. If all the way was barred with ice, he must walk on his naked feet. Love of woman strong, and the fear of death is keen, but you will find now and then a faith between man and man that neither would sever." She paused and looked at the girl fixedly as she asked, "What of him that could inspire it?" Evelyn did not answer. She had never seen her hostess in this mood, and she was also stirred. But the elder lady went on again: "The virtue of a gift lies in part, but not altogether, with the giver. Whiles it may be bestowed unworthily, but I'm thinking it's not often. The bond that will drag Carroll back to the North again, to his death if it is needful, has not been spun from nothing." Evelyn had no doubt that Mrs. Nairn was right. Loyalty, most often, demanded a worthy object to tender service to. It sprang from implicit confidence, mutual respect, and strong appreciation. It was not without a reason Vane had inspired it in his comrade's breast, and this was the man she had condemned. The latter fact, however, was by comparison a very minor trouble. Vane was lying helpless and alone in the snowy wilderness, in peril of his life, and she knew that she loved him. She realized now, when it might be too late, that had he in reality been stained with dishonor, she could have forgiven him. Indeed, it had only been by a painful effort she had maintained some show of composure since Carroll had brought the disastrous news, and she felt she could not keep it up much longer. What she said to Mrs. Nairn she could not remember, but escaping from her, she retired to her own room, to lie still and grapple with an agony of fear and contrition. It was 2 hours later when she went down and found Carroll, who still looked drowsy, about to go out. His hostess had left him for a moment in the hall, and meeting the girl's eyes, he smiled at her reassuringly. "Don't be anxious, I'll bring him back," he said. Then Mrs. Nairn appeared, and in a few moments Carroll went out without another word to Evelyn. She did not ask herself why he had taken it for granted that she would be anxious. She was beyond any petty regard for appearances. It was consoling to remember that he was Vane's tried comrade, one of the men who kept their word. End of chapter 28. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 29 of The Protector by Harold Bindloss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Protector by Harold Bindloss. Chapter 29. Jessie's Contrition. After leaving Mrs. Nairn, Carroll walked towards Horsfield's residence in a thoughtful mood, because he felt it incumbent upon him to play a part he was not particularly fitted for in a somewhat delicate matter. Uncongenial as his task was, it was one which could not be left to Vane, who was even less to be trusted with the handling of such affairs, and Carroll had resolved, as he would have described it, to straighten out things. His partner had somehow offended Evelyn, and though she was now disposed to forgive him, the recollection of his supposititious iniquity might afterwards rankle in her mind. Though Vane was innocent of any conduct she could with reason take exception to, it was first of all needful to ascertain the exact nature of the charge against him. Carroll, who had for several reasons preferred not to press this question upon Evelyn, had a strong suspicion that Jessie Horsfield was at the bottom of the trouble. There was also a clue to follow. Vane had paid the rent of Celia Hartley's shack, and he wondered if Jessie could by any means have heard of it. If she had done so, the matter would be simplified, because he had a profound distrust of her. A recent action of hers was, he thought, sufficient to justify this attitude. He found her at home, reclining gracefully in an easy-chair in her drawing-room, and though she did not seem astonished to see him, he fancied her expression hinted at suppressed concern. "I heard you had arrived alone, and I intended to come over and make inquiries as soon as I thought Mrs. Nairn would be at liberty," she informed him. Carroll had found the direct attack effective in Evelyn's case, and he determined to try it again. "Then," he began, "it says a good deal for your courage." He had never doubted that she possessed the latter quality, and she displayed it now. "So," she said calmly, "you have come as an enemy." "Not exactly. It didn't seem worth while. Though there's no doubt you betrayed us, Vane waited for the warning you could have sent. So far as it concerns our ruined interests in the Clermont, the thing's done and can't be mended. We'll let that question go. The most important point is that if you had recalled us, as you promised, Vane would now be safe and sound." This shot told. The girl's face became less imperturbable. There was eagerness and a suggestion of fear in it. "Then has any accident happened to him?" she asked sharply. "He's lying in the bush, helpless, in imminent peril of starvation." "Go on," said the girl, with signs of strain clearly perceptible in her voice. Carroll was brief, but he made her understand the position, after which she turned upon him imperiously. "Then why are you wasting your time here?" "It's a reasonable question. I can't get a tug to take me back until noon tomorrow." "Ah," said Jessie, and added, You will excuse me for a minute." She left him astonished. He had not expected her to take him at a disadvantage, as she had done with her previous thrust, and now he did not think she had slipped away to hide her feelings. That did not seem necessary in Jessie's case, though he believed she was more or less disturbed. She came back presently, looking calm, and sat down again. "My brother will be here in a quarter of an hour," she informed him. "Things are rather slack, and he half promised to take me for a drive. I have called him up through the telephone." Carroll did not see how this bore upon the subject of their conversation, but he left her to take the lead. "Did Vane tell you I had promised to warn him?" she asked. "To do him justice, he let it out before he quite realized what he was saying. I'd better own that I partly surprised him into giving me the information." "The expedient seems a favorite one with you," said Jessie. "I suppose no news of what has happened here can have reached him?" "None. If it's any consolation, he has still an unshaken confidence in you," Carroll assured her with blunt bitterness. The girl showed faint signs of confusion, but she sat silent for the next few moments, and during them it flashed upon her companion with illuminating light that he had heard Celia Hartley say Miss Horsfield had found her orders for millinery. This confirmed his previous suspicion that Jessie had discovered who had paid the rent of Celia's shack, and that she had with deliberate malice informed Evelyn, distorting her account so that it would tell against Vane. There were breaks in the chain of reasoning which led him to this conclusion, but he did not think Jessie would shrink from such a course, and he determined to try a chance shot. "Vane's inclined to be trustful, and his rash generosity has once or twice got him into trouble," he remarked, and went on as if an explanation were needed. "It's Miss Hartley's case I'm thinking about just now. I've an idea he asked you to look after her. Am I right?" As soon as he had spoken he knew he had hit the mark. Jessie did not openly betray herself, but there are not many people who can remain absolutely unmoved when unexpectedly asked a startling question. Besides, the man was observant, and had strung up all his faculties for the encounter. He saw one of her hands tighten on the arm of her chair, and a hint of uneasiness in her eyes, and it sufficed him. "Yes," she said. "I recommended her to some of my friends. I understand she is getting along satisfactorily." Carroll felt compelled to admire her manner. He believed she loved his comrade, and had nevertheless tried to ruin him in a fit of jealous rage. She was now keenly regretting her success, but though he thought she deserved to suffer, she was bravely facing the trying situation. It was one that was rife with dramatic possibilities, and he was grateful to her for avoiding them. "You are going back to-morrow," she said after a brief silence. "I suppose you will have to tell your partner what you have discovered here as soon as you reach him?" Carroll had not intended to spare her, but now he felt almost compassionate, and he had one grain of comfort to offer. "I must tell him that his shares in the Clermont have been sacrificed. I wonder if that is all you meant?" Jessie met his inquiring gaze with something very like an appeal, and then spread out her hands in a manner to indicate that she threw herself upon his mercy. "It is not all I meant," she confessed. "Then if it's any relief to you, I'll confine myself to telling him that he has been deprived of his most valuable property. I dare say the news will hit him hard enough, but though he may afterwards discover other facts for himself, on the whole I shouldn't consider it likely. As I said, he's confiding and slow to suspect." He read genuine gratitude, which he had hardly expected, in the girl's face, But he raised his hand and went on in the rather formal manner which he felt was the only safe one to assume. "I had, however, better mention that I am going to call upon Miss Hartley. After that I shall be uncommonly thankful to start back for the bush." He paused, and concluded with a sudden trace of humor. "I'll own that I feel more at home with the work that waits me there." Jessie made a little gesture which, while it might have meant anything, was somehow very expressive, and just then there were footsteps outside. Next moment Horsfield walked into the room. "So you're back," he said. "Yes," said Carroll shortly. "Beaten at both ends. There's no use in hiding it." Horsfield showed no sign of satisfaction, and Carroll afterwards admitted that the man behaved very considerately. "Well," he said, "though you may be surprised to hear it, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, our interests clashed, and I naturally looked after mine. Once upon a time I thought I could have worked hand in hand with Vane, but our ideas did not coincide, and your partner is not the man to yield a point or listen to advice." Carroll was aware that Horsfield had by no means which were far from honourable deprived him of a considerable portion of his possessions. He had also betrayed his fellow shareholders in the Clermont mine, selling their interests, doubtless for some benefit to himself, to another company. For all that, Carroll recognized that since he and Vane were beaten, as he had confessed, recriminations and reproaches would be useless as well as undignified. He preferred to face defeat calmly. "It's the fortune of war," he replied. "What you say about Vane is correct, but although it is not a matter of much importance now, it was impossible from the beginning that your views and his ever should agree." "Too great a difference of temperament? I dare say you're right. Vane measures things by a different standard, mine's perhaps more adapted to the market-place. But where have you left him?" "In the bush. Miss Horsfield will, no doubt, give you particulars. I've just told her the tale." "She called me up at the office and asked me to come across at once. Will you excuse us for a few minutes?" They went out together, and Jessie, who came back alone, sat down and looked at Carroll in a different manner. "I suppose," she said, "one could hardly expect you to think of either of us very leniently, but I must ask you to believe that I am sincerely distressed to hear of your partner's accident. This was a thing I could never have anticipated, but there are amends I can make. Every minute you can save is precious, isn't it?" Carroll agreed, and she resumed: "Then I can get you a tug. My brother tells me the Atlin's coming across from Victoria, and should be here early this evening. He has gone back to the office to secure her for you, though she was fixed to go off for a log boom." "Thank you," said Carroll. "It's a great service." Jessie hesitated. "I think my brother would like to say a few words when he returns. Can I offer you some tea?" "I think not," said Carroll, smiling. "For one thing, if I sit still much longer, I shall no doubt go to sleep again, as I did at Nairn's, which would be neither seemly nor convenient, if I'm to sail this evening. Besides, now we've arranged an armistice, I might be wiser not to put too much strain on it." "An armistice?" "I think that describes it." Carroll's manner grew significant. "The word implies a cessation of hostilities, on certain terms." Jessie could take a hint, and his meaning was clear. Unless she forced him to do so, he would not betray her to his comrade, who might never discover the part she had played. But he had given her a warning, which might be bluntly rendered as "hands off." There was only one person open to her, to respect it. She had brought down the man she loved, but it was clear that he was not for her. And now the unreasoning fury which had driven her to strike had passed, she was troubled with contrition. There was nothing left except to retire from the field, and it was better to do so gracefully. For all that, there were signs of strain in her expression as she capitulated. "Well," she said, "I have given you a proof that you have nothing to fear from me. My brother is the only man in Vancouver who could have got you that tug for this evening. I understand the sawmill people are very much in need of the logs she was engaged to tow." She held out her hand and Carroll took it, though he had not expected to part from her on friendly terms. "I owe you a deal for that," he said, and turned away. His task, however, was only half complete when he left the house, and the remaining portion was the more difficult, but he meant to finish it. He preferred to take life lightly. He had trifled with it before disaster had driven him out into the wilds, but there was resolution in the man, and he could force himself to play an unpleasant part when it was needful. Fortune also favored him, as she often does those who follow the boldest course. He had entered Hastings Street when he met Kitty and Celia. The latter looked thin and somewhat pale, but she was moving briskly, and her face was eager when she shook hands with him. "We have been anxious about you. There was no news," she said. "Is Mr. Vane with you? How have you got on?" "We've found the spruce," said Carroll. "It's not worth milling. A forest fire has wiped most of it out, but we struck some shingling cedar we may make something of." "But where's Mr. Vane?" "In the bush. I've a good deal to tell you about him, but we can't talk here. I wonder if we could find a quiet place in a restaurant, or if the park would be better." "The park," said Kitty decidedly. They reached it in due time, and Carroll, who had refused to say anything about Vane on the way, found the girls a seat in a grove of giant firs, and sat down opposite to them. Though it was winter, the day, as is often the case near Vancouver, was pleasantly mild. "Now," he began, "my partner is a singularly unfortunate person. In the first place, the transfer of the Clermont property, which you have no doubt heard of, means a serious loss to him, though he is not ruined yet. He talks of putting up a shingling mill, in which Drayton will be of service, and if things turn out satisfactory you will be given an interest in it." He added the last sentence as an experiment, and was satisfied with the result. "Never mind our interests," cried Kitty. "What about Mr. Vane?" For the third time since his arrival, Carroll made the strongest appeal he could to womanly pity, drawing with a purpose a vivid picture of his comrade's peril and suffering. Nor was he disappointed, for he saw consternation, compassion, and sympathy in the girls' faces. So far the thing had been easy, but now he hesitated, and it was with difficulty he nerved himself for what must follow. "He has been beaten out of his stock in the mine. He's broken down in health and in danger. But, by comparison, that doesn't count for very much with him," he continued. "He has another trouble, and though I'm afraid I'm giving things away in mentioning it, if it could be got over, it would help him to face the future and set him on his feet again." Then he briefly recounted the story of Vane's regard for Evelyn, making the most of his sacrifice in withdrawing from the field, and again he realized that he had acted wisely. A love affair appealed to his listeners, and there was a romance in this one that heightened the effect of it. "But Miss Chisholm can't mean to turn from him now," said Celia. Carroll looked at her meaningly. "No, she turned from him before he sailed. She heard something about him." His companions appeared astonished. "But she couldn't have heard anything that anybody could mind," Kitty exclaimed indignantly. "He's not that kind of man." "It's a compliment," said Carroll. "I think he deserves it. At the same time, he's a little rash, and now and then a man's generosity is open to misconception. In this case, I don't think one could altogether blame Miss Chisholm." Kitty glanced at him sharply and then at Celia, who at first looked puzzled and afterward startled. Then the blood surged into Kitty's cheeks. "Oh," she said, as if she were breathless, "I was once afraid of something like this. You mean we're the cause of it?" The course he followed was hateful to Carroll, but the tangle could not be straightened without somebody's feelings being hurt, and it was his comrade he was most concerned about. "Yes," he said quietly, "I believe you understand the situation." He saw the fire in Kitty's eyes, and that Celia's face was also flushed, but he did not think their anger was directed against him. They knew the world they lived in, and, for that matter, he could share their indignation. He resented the fact that a little thing should bring such swift suspicion upon them. He was, however, not required to face any disconcerting climax. "Well," said Celia, "why did you tell us this?" "I think you both owe Vane something, and you can do him a great favor now," Carroll informed her. Kitty looked up at him. "Don't ask me too much, Mr. Carroll. I'm Irish, and I feel like killing somebody." "It's natural," said Carroll with a sympathetic smile. "I've now and then felt much the same thing. It's probably unavoidable in a world like this. However, I think you ought to call upon Miss Chisholm after I've gone, though you had better not mention that I sent you. You can say you came for news of Vane, and add anything you consider necessary." The girls looked at one another, and at length, though it obviously cost her a struggle, Kitty said to Celia firmly, "We will have to go." Then she faced round towards Carroll. "If Miss Chisholm won't believe us, she'll be sorry we came." Carroll made her a slight inclination. "She'll deserve it, if she's not convinced. But it might be better if you didn't approach her in the mood you're in just now." Kitty rose, signing to Celia, and he turned back with them towards the city, feeling a certain constraint in their company and yet conscious of a strong relief. It had grown dark when he returned to Nairn's house. "Where have you been?" his host inquired. "I had a clerk seeking you all around the city. I canna get you a boat before the morn." Carroll saw that Mrs. Nairn shared her husband's desire to learn how he had been occupied. Evelyn was also in the room. "There were one or two little matters that required attention, and I managed to arrange them satisfactorily," he said. "Among other things, I've got a tug, and I expect to sail in an hour or two. Miss Horsfield found me the vessel." He noticed Evelyn's interest, and was rather pleased to see it. If she were disposed to be jealous of Jessie, it could do no harm. Nairn, however, frowned. "I'm thinking it might have been better if you had not troubled Jessie," he commented. "I'm sorry, I can't agree with you," Carroll retorted. "The difference between this evening and noon tomorrow is a big consideration." "Well," said Nairn resignedly, "I cannot deny that." Carroll changed the subject, but some time later Mrs. Nairn sat down near him in the temporary absence of her husband and Evelyn. "We will not be disturbed for 2 or 3 minutes," she said. "You answered Alec like a Scotsman before supper, and put him off the track, though that's not so easy done." "You're too complimentary," he declared. "The genuine Caledonian caution can't be acquired by outsiders. It's a gift." "I'll not practice it now," said the lady. "You're not so proud of yourself for nothing. What have you been after?" Carroll crossed his fingertips and looked at her over them. "Since you ask the question, I may say this. If Miss Chisholm has 2 lady visitors during the next few days, you might make sure she sees them." "What are their names?" "Miss Hartley, the daughter of the prospector who sent Vane off to look for the timber, Miss Blake, who, as you have probably heard, once came down the west coast with him, in company with an elderly lady and myself." Mrs. Nairn started. Then she looked thoughtful, and finally broke into a smile of open appreciation. "Now," she said, "I understand. I did not think it of ye. You're not far from a genius." "Thanks," said Carroll modestly. "I believe I succeeded better than I could have expected, and perhaps than I deserved." Then they were interrupted, for Nairn walked hastily into the room. "There's one of the Atlin's deckhands below," he announced. "He's come on here from Horsfield's to say the boat's ready with a full head of steam up, and the packers ye hired are waitin' on the wharf." Carroll rose and became in a moment intent and eager. "Tell him I'll be down almost as soon as he is," he said. "You'll have to excuse me." 2 minutes later he left the house, and fervent good wishes followed him from the party on the stoop. He did not stop to acknowledge them, but shortly afterwards the blast of a whistle came ringing across the roofs from beside the waterfront. End of chapter 29. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 30 of The Protector by Harold Bindloss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Protector by Harold Bindloss. Chapter 30. Convincing Testimony. One afternoon, 3 or 4 days after Carroll had sailed, Evelyn sat alone in Mrs. Nairn's drawing room, a prey to confused regrets and keen anxiety. She had recovered from the first shock caused by Carroll's news, but though she could face the situation more calmly, she could find no comfort anywhere. Vane was lying helpless and famishing in the frost-bound wilderness. She knew she loved the man; indeed, she had really known it for some time, and it was that which had made Jessie's revelation so bitter. Now, fastidious in thought and feeling as she was, she wondered if she had been too hard upon him. It was becoming more and more difficult to believe that he could have justified her disgust and anger, but this was not what troubled her most. She had sent him away with cold disfavor. He was threatened by many dangers. It was horrible to think of what might befall him before assistance arrived, and yet she could not drive the haunting dread out of her mind. She was in this mood when a maid announced that 2 visitors wished to see her, and when they were shown in, she found it difficult to hide her astonishment as she recognized in Kitty the very attractive girl she had once seen in Vane's company. It was this which prompted her to assume a chilling manner, though she asked her guests to be seated. Neither of them appeared altogether at her ease, and there was, indeed, a rather ominous sparkle in Kitty's blue eyes. The latter began the conversation. "Mr. Carroll was in town not long ago," she said. "Have you had any news of him since he sailed?" Evelyn did not know what to make of the question, and she answered coldly: "No, we do not expect any word for some time." "I'm sorry," said Kitty. "We're anxious about Mr. Vane." On the surface the announcement appeared significant, but the girl's boldness in coming to her for news was unexplainable to Evelyn. Puzzled as she was, her attitude became more discouraging. "You know him, then?" she said. Something in her tone made Celia's cheeks burn and she drew herself up. "Yes," she said, "we know him, both of us. I guess it's astonishing to you, but I met him first when he was poor, and getting rich hasn't spoiled Mr. Vane." Evelyn was once more puzzled. The girl's manner savored less of assurance than of wholesome pride which had been injured. Kitty, however, broke in: "We had no cards to send in. But I'm Kathleen Blake, and this is Celia Hartley. It was her father sent Mr. Vane off to look for the spruce." "Ah," said Evelyn, a little more gently, addressing Celia, "I understand your father died." Kitty flashed a commanding glance at Celia, who spoke: "Yes, that is correct. He left me ill and worn out, without a dollar, and I don't know what I should have done if Mr. Vane hadn't insisted on giving Drayton a little money for me, on account, he said, because I was a partner in the venture. Then Miss Horsfield got me some work to do at home among her friends. Mr. Vane must have asked her to. It would be like him." Evelyn sat silent for a few moments. Celia had given her a good deal of information in answer to a very simple remark, but she was most impressed by the statement that Jessie, who had prejudiced her against Vane, had helped the girl at his request. It was difficult to believe she would have done so had there been any foundation for her insinuations. If Celia spoke the truth, and Evelyn somehow felt this was the case, the whole thing was extraordinary. "Now," said Celia, "it's no way surprising I'm grateful to Mr. Vane and anxious to hear if Mr. Carroll has reached him." This was spoken with a hint of defiance, but the girl's voice changed. "I am anxious. It's horrible to think of a man like him freezing in the bush." Her concern was so genuine and yet somehow so innocent that Evelyn's heart softened. "Yes," she said, "it's dreadful." Then she asked a question. "Who's the Mr. Drayton you mentioned?" Kitty blushed becomingly. This was her lead. "He's a kind of partner in the lumber scheme. I'm going to marry him. He's as firm a friend of Mr. Vane's as anyone. There's a reason for that. I was in a very tight place once, left without money in a desolate settlement where there was nothing I could do, when Mr. Vane helped me. But perhaps that wouldn't interest you." For a moment her doubts still clung to their hold in Evelyn's mind, and then she suddenly drove the last of them out, with a stinging sense of humiliation. She could not distrust this girl. It was Jessie's suggestion that was incredible. "It would interest me very much," she said. Kitty told her story effectively, but with caution, laying most stress upon Vane's compassion for the child and her invalid mother. She was rather impressed by Miss Chisholm, but she supposed the latter was endowed with some of the failings common to human nature. Evelyn listened to her with confused emotions and a softened face. She was convinced of the truth of the simple tale, and the thought of Vane's keeping his moneyed friends and directors waiting in Vancouver in order that a tired child might rest and gather shells upon a sunny beach stirred her deeply. It was so characteristic, exactly what she would have expected him to do. "Thank you," she said quietly, when Kitty had finished. And then, flinging off the last of her reserve, she asked a number of questions about Drayton and Celia's affairs. Before her visitors left, all three were on friendly terms, but Evelyn was glad when they took their departure. She wanted to be alone to think, though, in spite of the relief she was conscious of, her thoughts were far from pleasant, and foremost among them figured a crushing sense of shame. She had wickedly misjudged a man who had given her many proofs of the fineness of his character. The evil she had imputed to him was born of her own perverted imagination. She was no better than the narrow-minded, conventional Pharisees she detested, who were swift to condemn out of the uncleanliness of their self-righteous hearts. Then, as she began to reason, it flashed upon her that she was, perhaps, wronging herself. Her mind had been cunningly poisoned by an utterly unscrupulous and wholly detestable woman, and she flamed out into a fit of imperious anger against Jessie. She had a hazy idea that this was not altogether reasonable, since she was to some extent fastening the blame she deserved upon another person. But it did not detract from the comfort the indulgence in her indignation brought her. When she had grown calmer, Mrs. Nairn came in, and Mrs. Nairn was a discerning lady. It was not difficult to lead Evelyn on to speak of her visitors, for the girl's pride was broken and she felt in urgent need of sympathy. But when she had described the interview she felt impelled to avoid any discussion of its more important issues. "I was surprised at the girl's manner," she concluded. "It must have been embarrassing to them, but they were really so delicate over it, and they had so much courage." Mrs. Nairn smiled. "Although one has travelled with third-rate strolling companies, and the other has waited in a hotel? Well, maybe your surprise was natural. You cannot all at once get rid of the ideas and prejudices you were brought up with." "I suppose that was it," said Evelyn thoughtfully. Her companion's eyes twinkled. "Then if you're to live among us happily, you'll have to try. In the way you use the words, some of the leading men in this country were not brought up at all." "Do you imagine that I'm going to live here?" Mrs. Nairn gathered up one or two articles she had brought into the room with her, and moved towards the door, but before she reached it she looked back at the girl. "It occurred to me that the thing was not altogether impossible," she said. An hour afterwards, Evelyn went down into the town with her, and in one of the streets they came upon Jessie leaving a store. The latter was not lacking in assurance, and she moved forward to meet them, but Evelyn gazed at her with a total disregard of her presence and walked quietly on. There was neither anger nor disdain in her attitude. To have shown either would have been a concession she could not make. The instincts of generations of gently reared Englishwomen were aroused, as well as the revulsion of an untainted nature from something unclean. Jessie's cheeks turned crimson, and a malevolent light flashed into her eyes as she crossed the street. Mrs. Nairn noticed her expression and smiled at her companion. "I'm thinking it's as well you met Jessie after she had got the boat for Carroll," she said. The remark was no doubt justified, but the fact that Jessie had been able to offer valuable assistance failed to soften Evelyn towards her. It was merely another offence. In the meanwhile the tug had steamed northwards, towing the sloop which would be required, and, after landing the rescue party at the inlet, steamed away again. Before she had disappeared, Carroll began his march, and his companions long remembered it. Two of them were accustomed to packing surveyors' stores through the seldom trodden bush, and the others had worked in logging camps and chopped new roads. But though they did not spare themselves, they lacked their leader's stimulus. Carroll, with all his love of ease, could rise to meet an emergency, and he wore out his companions before the journey was half done. He scarcely let them sleep. He fed them on canned stuff to save delay in lighting fires, and he grew more feverishly impatient with every mile they made. He showed it chiefly by the tight set of his lips and the tension in his face, though now and then, when fallen branches or thickets barred the way, he fell upon the obstacles with the axe in silent fury. For the rest, he took the lead and kept it, and the others, following with shoulders aching from the back straps and labored breath, suppressed their protests. Like many another made in that country, it was a heroic journey, one in which mind and body were taxed to the limit. Delay might prove fatal. The loads were heavy. Fatigue seized the shrinking flesh, but the unrelenting will, trained in such adventures, mercilessly spurred it on. Toughened muscle is useful, and in the trackless North can seldom be dispensed with. But man's strength does not consist of that alone. There are occasions when the stalwart fall behind and die. In front of them, as they progressed, lay the unchanging forest, tangled, choked with fallen wreckage, laced here and there with stabbing thorns, appalling and almost impenetrable to the stranger. They must cleave their passage, except where they could take to the creek for an easier way and wade through stingingly cold water or flounder over slippery fangs of rocks and ice-encrusted stones. There was sharp frost among the ranges, and the brush they broke through was generally burdened with clogging snow. They went on, however, and on the last day Carroll drew away from those who followed him. It was dark when he discovered that he had lost them, but that did not matter, for now and then faint moonlight came filtering down and he was leaving a plain trail behind. His shoulders were bleeding beneath the biting straps. He was on the verge of exhaustion, but he struggled forward, panting heavily, and rending his garments to rags as he smashed through the breaks in the darkness. The night, it seemed a very long one, was nearly over when he recognized the roar of a rapid that rang in louder and louder pulsations across the snow-sprinkled bush. He was not far from the end now, and he became conscious of an unnerving fear. The ground was ascending sharply, and when he reached the top of the slope the question he shrank from would be answered for him. If there was no blink of light among the serried trunks, he would have come too late. He reached the summit and his heart jumped. Then he clutched at a drooping branch to support himself, shaken by a reaction that sprang from relief. A flicker of uncertain radiance fell upon the trees ahead, and down the bitter wind there came the reek of pungent smoke. After that, for the bush was slightly more open, Carroll believed he ran, and presently came crashing and stumbling into the light of the fire. Then he stopped, too stirred and out of breath to speak, for Vane lay where the red glow fell upon his face, smiling up at him. "Well," he said, "you've come. I've been expecting you, but on the whole I got along not so badly." Carroll flung off his pack and sat down beside the fire. Then he fumbled for his pipe and began to fill it hurriedly with trembling fingers. "Sorry I couldn't get through sooner," he explained. "The stores on board the sloop were spoiled. I had to go on to Vancouver. But there are things to eat in my pack." "Hand it across," said Vane. "I haven't been faring sumptuously the last few days. No, sit still. I'm supple enough from the waist up." He proved it by the way he leaned to and fro as he opened the pack and distributed part of its contents among the cooking utensils, while Carroll, who assisted now and then, did not care to speak. The sight of the man's gaunt face, and the eagerness in his eyes, prompted him to an outbreak of feeling which was rather foreign to his nature, and which he did not think Vane would appreciate. When the meal was ready, the latter looked up at him. "I've no doubt this journey cost you something, partner," he said. Then they ate cheerfully, and Carroll, who watched his friend's efforts with appreciation, told his story in broken sentences, sometimes with his mouth rather full, for he had not troubled about much cooking since he left the inlet. Afterwards they lighted their pipes, but by and by Carroll's fell from his relaxing grasp. "I can't get over this sleepiness," he explained. "I believe I disgraced myself in Vancouver by going off in the most unsuitable places." "I dare say it was natural," said Vane with some dryness. "Anyway, hadn't you better hitch yourself a little farther from the fire?" Carroll did so, and lay still afterwards, but Vane kept watch during the rest of the night, until in the dawn the packers appeared. End of chapter 30. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 31 of The Protector by Harold Bindloss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Protector by Harold Bindloss. Chapter 31. Vane is reinstated. Breakfast was over, and the two men, wrapped in blankets, lay on opposite sides of the fire. Now that they had a supply of provisions, haste was not a matter of importance, and the rescue party needed a rest. Carroll was aching all over his body, and somewhat disturbed in mind, because he had not said anything about their financial affairs to his comrade yet, and the subject must be mentioned. "What about the Clermont?" Vane asked at length. "You needn't trouble about breaking the news. Come right to the point." "Then to all intents and purposes the company has gone under. It's been taken over by Horsfield's friends. Nairn has sold our stock, at considerably less than its face value," and Carroll added a brief account of the absorption of the concern. "Ah," said Vane, whose face set hard, "I anticipated something of the kind last night. I saw how you kept clear of the matter." "But you said nothing." "No," said Vane. "I'd had time to consider the thing while I lay here, and it didn't look as if I could have got an intelligible account out of you. But you may as well mention how much Nairn got for the shares." He lay smoking silently for a few minutes after Carroll told him, and the latter was strongly moved to sympathy, since he thought it was not his financial reverse, but one indirect result of it which would hit his comrade hardest. "Well," said Vane grimly, "I suppose I've done what my friends would consider a mad thing in coming up here, and I must face the reckoning." Carroll wondered if their conversation could be confined to the surface of the subject, because there were depths it would be better to leave undisturbed. "After all, you're far from broke," he said as cheerfully as he could. "You have what the Clermont stock brought in, and you may make something out of this shingle-splitting scheme." There was bitterness in Vane's laugh. "When I left Vancouver for England, I was generally supposed to be well on the way to affluence, and there was some foundation for the idea. I had floated the Clermont in the face of opposition. People believed in me. I could have raised what dollars I required for any new undertaking. Now a good deal of my money and my prestige is gone. Folks have very little confidence in a man who has shown himself a failure. Besides, I may be a cripple." Carroll could guess his companion's thoughts. There was a vein of stubborn pride in him, and he had, no doubt, decided it was unfitting that Evelyn's future should be linked to that of a ruined man. This was an exaggerated view, because Vane was in reality far from ruined, and even if he had been so, he had in him the ability to recover from his misfortunes. Still, the man was obstinate and generally ready to make a sacrifice for an idea. Carroll, however, consoled himself with the reflection that Evelyn would probably have something to say upon the subject, if she were given an opportunity, and he thought Mrs. Nairn would contrive that she had one. "I can't see any benefit in making things out as considerably worse than they are," he said. "Nor can I," Vane agreed. "After all, I was getting pretty tired of the city, and I suppose I can raise enough to put up a small power mill. It will be a pleasant change to take charge for a year or so in the bush. I'll make a start at the thing as soon as I'm able to walk." This was significant, because it implied that he did not intend to remain in Vancouver, where he would have been able to enjoy Evelyn's company. But Carroll made no comment, and by Vane spoke again. "Didn't you mention last night that it was through Miss Horsfield you got the tug?" he asked. "I was thinking about something else at the time." "Yes," said Carroll. "She made Horsfield put some pressure on the people who had previously hired the boat." "Ah," said Vane, "that's rather strange." For a moment he looked puzzled, but almost immediately his face grew impassive, and Carroll knew that he had some idea of Jessie's treachery. He was, however, sure that any suspicions his comrade entertained would remain locked up in his breast. "I'm grateful to her, anyway," the latter resumed. "I believe I could have held out another day or two, but it wouldn't have been pleasant." Carroll began to talk about the preparations for their return, which he soon afterwards set about making, and early next morning they started for the sloop, carrying Vane upon a stretcher they had brought. Though they had to cut a passage for it every here and there, they reached the vessel safely, and after some trouble in getting him below and onto a locker, Carroll decided to sail straight for Vancouver. They were favoured with moderate fair winds, and though the boat was uncomfortably crowded, she made a quick passage, and stole in through the Narrows as dusk was closing down one tranquil evening. As it happened, Evelyn had spent part of the afternoon on the forest-crusted rise above the city, up which new dwellings were then creeping, though they have, no doubt, spread beyond it and back into the bush by now. From there she could look down upon the inlet, and she had visited the spot frequently during the last few days, watching eagerly for a sail that did not appear. There had been no news of Carroll since the skipper of the tug reported having landed him, and the girl was tormented by doubts and anxieties. She had just come back, and was standing in Mrs. Nairn's sitting room when she heard the tinkle of the telephone bell. A moment or two later her hostess entered hastily. "It's a message from Alec," she cried. "He's heard from the wharf. Vane's sloop's crossing the harbor. I'll away down to see Carroll brings him here." Evelyn turned to follow her, but Mrs. Nairn waved her back. "No," she said firmly, "you'll bide where you are. See they get plenty lights on, at the stairhead and in the passage, and the room on the left of it ready." She was gone in another moment, and Evelyn, who carried out her instructions, afterwards waited with what patience she could assume. At last there was a rattle of wheels outside, followed by a voice giving orders, and then a tramp of feet. The sounds brought her a strange inward shrinking, but she ran to the door and saw two tattered men awkwardly carrying a stretcher up the steps, while Carroll and another assisted them. Then the light fell upon its burden, and half prepared as she was, She started in dismay. Vane, whom she had last seen in vigorous health, lay partly covered with an old blanket which had slipped off him to the waist, and his jacket looked a mass of rags. His hat had fallen aside, and his face showed hollow and worn and pinched. Then he saw her, and a light sprang into his eyes, but next moment Carroll's shoulder hid him, and the men plodded on towards the stairs. They ascended them with difficulty, and the girl waited until Carroll came down. "I noticed you at the door, and I expect you were a little shocked at the change in Vane," he said. "What he has undergone has pulled him down, but if you had seen him when I first found him, you'd have been worse startled. He's getting on quite satisfactorily." Evelyn was relieved to hear it, but Carroll, who had paused, continued: "As soon as the doctor comes, we'll make him more presentable. But as I'm not sure about the last bandages I put on, he can't be moved till then. Afterwards, he'll no doubt hold an audience." There was nothing to do but wait, and Evelyn again summoned her patience. Before long a doctor arrived, and Carroll followed him to Vane's room alone. The latter's face was very impassive, though Carroll waited in tense suspense while the doctor stripped off the bandages and bark supports from the injured leg. He examined it attentively, and then looked round at Carroll. "You fixed that limb when it was broken in the bush?" he said. "Yes," said Carroll, with a desperate attempt to treat the matter humorously. "But I really think we both had a hand in the thing. My partner favored me with his views. I disclaim some of the responsibility." "Then I guess you've been remarkably fortunate, which is perhaps the best way of expressing it." Vane raised his head and fixed his eyes upon the speaker. "It won't have to be rebroken? I'll be able to walk without a limp?" "I should say the latter's very probable." Vane's eyes glistened and he let his head fall back. "It's good news, better than I expected. Now, if you could fix me up again, I'd like to get dressed. I've felt like a hobo long enough." The doctor nodded indulgently. "We can venture to change that state of affairs, but I'll superintend the operation." It was some time before Vane's toilet was completed, and then Carroll surveyed him with humorous admiration. "You do us credit, and now I suppose I can announce that you'll receive?" he said. Nairn and his wife and Evelyn came in, and the former, who shook hands with Vane very heartily, afterwards looked down at him with twinkling eyes. "I'd have been glad to see ye however ye had come," he said, and Vane fully believed him. "For all that, this is not the way I could have wished to welcome ye." "When a man won't take his friend's advice, what can he expect?" said Vane. "Let it be a warning. If the making of your mark and dollars is your object, you must stick to it and think of nothing else. You cannot accumulate riches by spreading yourself, and philanthropy's no lucrative, except maybe to a few." "It's good counsel, but I'm thinking that's a pity," his wife remarked. "What would you say, Evelyn?" The girl was aware that the tone of light banter had been adopted to cover deeper feelings, which those present shrank from expressing, but she ventured to give her thoughts free rein. "I agree with you in one respect," she said, "but I can't believe that the object mentioned is Mr. Vane's only one. He would never be willing to pay the necessary price." It was a delicate compliment, uttered in all sincerity, and Vane's worn face grew warm. He was, however, conscious that it would be safer to avoid being serious, and he smiled. "Well," he said, "looking for timber rights is apt to prove expensive too. I had a haunting fear I might be lame, until the doctor banished it. I'd better own that I'd no great confidence in Carroll's surgery." Carroll, keeping strictly to the line the others had chosen, made him an ironical bow, but Evelyn was not to be deterred. "It was foolish of you to be troubled," she declared. "It isn't a fault to be wounded in an honorable fight, and even if the mark remains, there is no reason why one should be ashamed of it." Mrs. Nairn glanced at the girl rather sharply, but Carroll came to his comrade's assistance. "Strictly speaking, there wasn't a wound," he pointed out. "Fortunately, it was what is known as a simple fracture. If it had been anything else, I'm inclined to think I could have treated it." Nairn chuckled, as if this met with his approval, but his wife turned round and they heard a patter of footsteps on the stairs. "Yon bell has kept on ringing since we came up," she said. "I left word I was not to be disturbed. Well," as the door opened, "what is it, Minnie?" "The reception room's plumb full," announced the maid, who was lately from the bush. "If any more folks come along, I won't know where to put them." Now the door was open, Evelyn could hear a murmur of voices on the floor below, and next moment the bell rang violently again, which struck her as a testimonial to the injured man. Vane had not spent a long time in Vancouver, but he had the gift of making friends. Having heard of the sloop's arrival, they had come to inquire for him, and there was obviously a number of them. Mrs. Nairn glanced interrogatively at Carroll. "It does not look as if they could be got rid of by a message." "I guess he's fit to see them," Carroll answered. "We'll hold the levee. If he'd only let me, I'd like to pose him a bit." Mrs. Nairn, with Evelyn's assistance, did so instead, rearranging the cushions about the man, in spite of his confused and half-indignant protests, and during the next half hour the room was generally full. People walked in, made sympathetic inquiries, or exchanged cheerful banter, until Mrs. Nairn forcibly dismissed the last of them. After this she declared that Vane must go to sleep, and paying no heed to his assertion that he had not the least wish to do so, she led her remaining companions away. A couple of hours had passed when she handed Evelyn a large tumbler containing a preparation of whipped-up eggs and milk. "You might take him this, and ask if he would like anything else," she said. "I'm weary of the stairs, and I would not trust Minnie. She's handiest at spilling things." "It's the third, and I'd better say firmly, the limit," Carroll remarked. Then he assumed an aggrieved expression as Evelyn moved off with a tray. "I can't see why I couldn't have gone. I believe I've discharged my duties as nurse satisfactorily." Evelyn shared his suspicions. Her hostess's artifice was a transparent one, but she nevertheless fell in with it. She had only seen Vane in the company of others; this might be the same again tomorrow, and there was something to be said. By intuition as much as reason, she knew that there was something working in his mind, something that troubled him and might trouble her. It excited her apprehension, and animated her with a desire to combat it. That she might be compelled to follow an unconventional course did not matter. This man was hers, and she could not let him go. She entered his room collectedly. He was lying, neatly dressed, upon a couch, with his shoulders raised against the end of it, for he had thrown the cushions which had supported him upon the floor. As she came in, he leaned down in an attempt to recover them, and, finding himself too late, looked up guiltily. The fact that he could move with so much freedom was a comfort to the girl. She set down the tray on a table near him. "Mrs. Nairn has sent you this," she said, and the laugh they both indulged in drew them together. Then her mood changed, and her heart yearned over him. He had gone away a strong, self-confident, prosperous man, and he had come back defeated, broken in health and fortune and terribly worn. Her pity shone in her softening eyes. "Do you wish to sleep?" she asked. "No," Vane assured her. "I'd a good deal sooner talk to you." "Well," said Evelyn, "I have something to say. I'm afraid I was rather unpleasant to you the evening before you sailed. I was sorry for it afterwards. It was flagrant injustice. Then I wonder why you didn't answer the letter I wrote at Nanaimo." "For a very good reason. I never got it." Vane considered this for a few moments. "After all," he said, "it doesn't matter now. I'm acquitted?" "Absolutely." "Do you know," he said, "I've still no idea of my offence?" Evelyn was exceedingly glad to hear it, but a warmth crept into her face, and as the blood showed through the delicate skin he fixed his eyes intently upon her. "It was all a mistake. I'm sorry still," she declared penitently. "Oh," he said in a different tone, "I wouldn't trouble about it. The satisfaction of being acquitted outweighs everything else. Besides, I've made a number of rather serious mistakes myself. The search for that spruce, for instance, is supposed to be one." "No," said Evelyn decidedly. "Whoever thinks that is wrong. It is a very fine thing you have done. It doesn't matter in the least that you are unsuccessful." "You believe that?" "Of course. How could I believe anything else?" The man's face changed again, and once more she read the signs. Whatever doubts and half-formed resolutions, and she had some idea of them, had been working in his mind were dissipating. "Well," he said, "I've sacrificed the best of my possessions, and destroyed the confidence of folks who, to serve their ends, would have helped me on. Isn't that a serious thing?" "No. It's really a most unimportant one. I," and the slight pause gave the assertion force, "I really mean it." Vane partly raised himself with one arm, and there was no doubting the significance of his intent gaze. "I believe I made another blunder, in England. I should have had more courage, and have faced the risk. But you might have turned against me then." "I don't think that's likely," said Evelyn, lowering her eyes. The man leaned forward towards her, but the hand he stretched out fell short, and the trivial fact once more roused her compassion for his helplessness. "You can only mean one thing," he said. "You wouldn't be afraid to face the future with me now?" "I wouldn't be afraid at all," said Evelyn quietly. By and by Mrs. Nairn tapped at the door and smiled rather broadly when she came in. Then she shook her head in reproach. "You should have been asleep a while since," she said to Vane, and turned to Evelyn. "Is this the way you intend to look after him?" She waved the girl towards the door, and when she joined her in the passage, kissed her effusively. "You've got the man I would have chosen for ye," she said. The End. End of chapter 31. Recording by Roger Moline. End of The Protector by Harold Bindloss.